Hello everyone tonight. I like to lick the blood out of in the person. I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it. Come on.
Holy crap, what the hell?
Did that just happen?
Yes, Skull. Yes, it did.
The first thing I should probably note is that I'm Lemon Lime Skull. In other words, that's my screen name up there. That was the first time I saw or heard of Funnymouth, and for all intents and purposes, it should have been the last. Anyone who spent enough time chatting away knows that weirdos come and go. Folks pop in to ask insane questions, or just to troll a populated channel. What first struck me as odd about the Funnymouth guy, however, was the fact that he came and went with no particular goal. He didn't try to piss anyone off, and he didn't ask if anyone on the channel knew how to fix his computer or remove a virus. He just stuck his head in, rattled off a few random text, and happily fucked off. So really though, I mean, what the hell?
Not a clue.
He's in another channel if you want to find out. Hashtag blood.
I do not, sir.
Bitch. I don't know what results I expected from following this guy to another channel. I'm not the type of guy that goes out of his way to annoy or argue with people. I'll usually avoid it at all costs, though. Once someone starts with me, I don't mind getting into it at that point. I guess what I'm saying is I have no idea why I pursued this. Hey! He was sitting there in the channel by himself. So you're staring at me. That's rude.
Sorry. I just do it. It's okay.
I see. I actually chuckled out loud at this point. He was weird and inoffensive. You can come back to hashtag for sales if you want. I mean, we're not going to boot you if that's what you're worried about. Or not? And whatever, man. You just seemed interesting and I'm bored tonight.
I am broad tonight too. I always don't.
You always don't. What?
I always don't, that's it. I always don't because they don't, and then I get silly.
Okay. Well, see you around. And with that, I left. The act got old fast, and I felt either this was somebody trying too hard, or a legitimate moron who was unaware of how to properly use a chat program, sitting idly by yourself and popping into other channels for a split second like a desperate bid for attention. I might have done that and laughed my ass off in or around the 90s, but I mean, yeah. Stupid. Nothing. I seriously don't know what he's saying.
Welcome to the internet.
What's sad is that besides you and me, that guy's the only active user here all night. Wake up! Blah. Silence dominated the channel for about half an hour, as I minimized the window and went about my business. Anyone on? Nothing. 8 users in the channel. Not a single one active. Boring. Why are you people so boring? Wake up! It took me a few seconds to see it. Funnymouth again, staring again. I physically slumped my shoulders with a not this shit again sigh. But then I noticed he wasn't in the channel. Huh? Anyone else see him? Of course not. Because you're all idle. Yeah. Obviously, it was a glitch with either my client or the server, and the message was kicked up from earlier in the night at random, and these things happen. Still, it creeped the hell out of me. And after a few minutes of sitting there with a really cold, really creepy feeling in my stomach, that I shouldn't have done something feeling, I decided to stop trying to brave it out and just close out of the entire chat program. Sure, I could have just hung out like everyone else, but why bother trying to prove I wasn't spooked? Hell, nobody was even around to see me slink away. After a few more hours screwing around on the web, I went to bed around 2:40 a.m. One thing I've always prided myself in is that I do not have nightmares. At least not regularly. Usually, if there are monsters or ghosts or nuclear war in my dream, I get to control it, and I have a great time, and I'm shooting zombies in the face, outright telling ghosts that they're not real, while laughing at them, and if there's some disaster, I always know how to get to a safe spot, while every other motherfucker fries. I've had maybe 4 actual nightmares in the past 10 years, and yes, I am completely serious. The first nightmare of my adult life was in 2005. I just broke off a relationship with someone who had been with someone else for over a year behind my back, and that night when I finally did get to sleep, I dreamt that she was strapped down to a medical table while some sort of unseen, inexplicable creature sucked her brains out through an organic machine. The brain screamed ceaselessly. The second nightmare had me visiting a medical facility where they were experimenting with new methods of saving lives, and there was a fantastic tour of this high-tech facility, lots of wonders of modern science, people in lab coats, etc. And I was led to a room where 3 car crash victims had been saved by their techniques. This included a slowly rocking young girl whose face had been completely distended and hung around her chest, and a woman who was nothing but a cluster of twitching, severed limbs, all held together by a drawn-out, kite-like span of flesh. And the third came soon after the second. I was being accosted by 2 people, one who wanted to insult me to no end, and the other who kept trying to pinch and tweak me in absurdly ineffective ways. Thinking I could control this dream like others, I set the 2 men against each other, thinking that it would sort out of poetic justice. But instead, the pincher became increasingly violent until he was pulling the other's cheeks, grabbing his tongue with a fist, and furiously pulling it until it came out. Then he pulled the fellow's eyelids until they distended in some sort of grotesque prolapse. I suppose what I'm getting at is that I did have nightmares. I was never the actual target of any sort of horror. It's always been a kind of empathetic horror related to someone else getting brutalized. And this night, however, was different. As soon as I fell asleep, I started dreaming. Basically, it was a recurring dream that I have where I'm in the woods just checking out animals and birds, and generally acting chill. I lie in the grass and look up at the sky. It's always a dream I welcome because if I've had a shit day, I'll wake up happy and ready to start over. This time, the script changed. I laid in the grass, but while I was staring at the sky, I felt something odd. It was a cold, squirming feeling on my neck. In the dream, I reached to my neck and pulled away a long, writhing earthworm. Earthworms disgusted me. If I see one in the yard, I specifically get a shovel and heap dirt over it simply so I don't accidentally see it again. Disgusted, but more or less content, I flung the worm aside and continued my dream. Then, that feeling again. Clammy, wet, wriggling against the side of my neck. I pull another worm away. Again, it happens. This time, the feeling of confusion and dread became so overwhelming that I immediately snapped myself out of the dream. That's what usually happens when shit gets real in my dreams. Game over. I figured it out though, at least I thought I had. In the waking world, I felt my neck and discovered a slick, slimy film on my skin. Logic dictated that I must have been drooling in my sleep. I mean, it's nothing to be proud of, but not exactly terrifying either. My dreaming mind must have translated the icky feeling into an appropriate creature in the forest dream. Perhaps more unsettling, though, was the fact that the bed around me seemed to have indentions. 4, to be exact. It was almost as if someone on hands and knees had been hovering over me as I slept. There was any number of reasons that could have happened, but from then on, that night, I slept very lightly. Any little thing like the sound of a ceiling fan would wake me up straight away. I had no real interest in going back to the woods that night. And when morning came around, I got ready to take off, to get out of the house and shake the cobwebs out. I only planned to check my email real quick to make sure I didn't have any pending transactions or questions I had to answer. Surprise!
I had a good time to talk to you. It can be fun again, you'll see what. I don't like. Stop.
As you probably recall, I hadn't given this asshat my email address. However, logical answer, someone else on the channel must have. He obviously came back to #refer-sales, asked someone who I was, and that douchebag completely betrayed me, knowing that I don't give up my personal contact info. Although, the email was dated 2:40. That was pretty much the moment I went to bed, and everyone on the channel was still idle. Even though I well and truly knew I was taking some sort of bait, I responded. Yeah, bro. Not exactly sure I want you emailing me. It was clear and to the point. There was no mistaking the message I was sending, and though it was snippy, I wasn't goading him into replying by starting a flame war. But of course...
Come on, don't be so sad about it. I know you can like it. We will have fun a lot of the time. I see your handsome face.
And with that, I blocked his address. Really, I should have done that in the first place, but I still had some sick sort of interest in exactly where this was going. Maybe if I put my foot down, he would admit he was just screwing around and call me a humorless wet blanket. When I saw it was just the same old bullshit that gave me the green light to go ahead and shut the guy out. For what it's worth, you can relax at this point. The blocking stuck. There was no follow-up message circumventing the ban. After a few minutes, I assured myself that was all over, and I went about my day. It wasn't until I got home at dusk that the cold, squirming feeling in my stomach started all over again, and I had no idea why. Well, that's not entirely true. I had some idea why. I checked my email. Nothing from Funnymouth. However, there was an email from George.
Hey, refersales.com is messed up and I can't get stuff to load. When you're online, please take a look ASAP. Peace and carrots, George.
I let out a string of curses. Downtime meant lost sales, and I'd been out all day with no way for George to contact me. If I'd been a little less strict with my personal info, he could have just called me. I loaded the site and waited for some sort of error page. Instead, it begun to reroute to another page. Blood.com. Yeah, I see it. It's redirecting to a website with a giant pixelated face and messed up tongues. I think this has got to be that Funnymouth piece of shit. Did you give him my email? I mean, with that domain in it? CW.
It's a 404 page, not a redirect. I want one you're smoking. All I get on blood.com is a coming soon notice. I didn't give anyone anything. George.
Har, 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 funny. Then George emailed me a screenshot of the site giving a 404 error along with a coming soon notice from blood.com. He could have easily faked them, but But why? I mean, if this was some sort of joke, it was pretty abstract and I didn't get it. When I looked at my website files, everything was normal. Nothing was out of place, and nobody had even logged in to change anything. I checked the domain name's name servers, the thing that routes a domain where it's supposed to go, and nothing was out of sorts. Still, there was this bloated, tongue-wagging face looking back at me with its empty eye sockets. And then, I don't know how I missed it in the first place. Looking closely, the picture of the face wasn't really pixelated. It was made up of tiny letters, HTML code, coloring each letter specific to the image. Over and over again, the word that made up the image was right in front of me. Funnymouth. And a great cluster of nonsense. I felt like spitting at the screen. I unblocked his email address and set about writing an incredibly profane and threatening letter. I didn't really care if I got the site back at this point. I just wanted to get everything off my chest so I could feel like I was in control of the situation again. And before I could finish the letter, I got this weird, creepy feeling. That no, it can't be feeling, where you know that you're being absurd, but at the same time, you know you're right. I stopped hacking out my death threats and checked the inbox.
Hello, buddy. Hello. I don't think about it. Hello. Think about it. Come on tonight. I don't think about it. Please. Hello. I see your handsome face.
Not only was that feeling correct, the feeling that he had already emailed me the minute that I unblocked him, but it seemed that he had steadily been emailing me non-stop since I'd blocked him. 10 more letters arrived just within the time span it took me to reply. Just fucking stop! I was getting a stress headache. My heart was pounding, not from fear, but rage. This was probably the most absurdly infuriating person on the internet, and that's saying a lot. Thankfully, the string of letters did indeed stop. I tried to calm myself down, breathing deeply, but it didn't seem to take. I was still incredibly pissed. Slowly, methodically, I sent him another note. Hi. I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't understand what you want. I think there may be a language barrier. Is English your first language? I think you've done something to my website, and I would like you to undo it. If you're mad at me, I did not intend this to happen. You may have misunderstood what I said, or what I meant. Please change my website back, and let's both go on our separate ways. Thank you. CW. I waited. I thought about how I'd conquered my anger and that this measured response was really the best way to go about it. This fellow would understand what I meant. He'd realize the mistake he made. I calmed down. Everything was going to be okay. And then I hit the roof. I hit the goddamn roof and went clear through it. I smacked the monitor with my palm, knocking it clear off the desk. That pissed me off even more as I drove my fist into the keyboard repeatedly until the keys flew free. I screamed out a mixture of frustration with myself and rage over the situation and stormed out of the room, knocking down anything and everything I could get my hands on. For as long as I could manage the energy, I laid waste to my own shit. I would have started a fire and burned the fucking place down if I had a lighter in my hand. That night, I stared at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity before sleep came. Waiting for sleep, I knew I was going to have a nightmare. I just knew it. That was how my luck was going. Imagine how surprised I was, even in sleep, when instead of some horrific setting, I was someplace safe. The woods. I laid in the grass again. I felt the relaxation. I knew, even my subconscious knew, that everything would be okay. No matter what setbacks life threw at me, the world would go on. Nothing was permanent. Everything was in transition. Nobody could really get to me. I felt a squirming against my neck. Nope. No dice. Nothing could spoil this right now. I ignored the worm. It would go away. I felt the squirming move to my mouth. Now I couldn't will myself awake. Every other time I'd been able to decide to wake up, but it seemed like that opportunity had now passed. Then it wasn't a worm. It was a finger. Then another, then more, until 4 slimy, squirming digits were locked around my teeth, clutching my lower jaw. It didn't hurt when it happened. It was just sort of like a pop, more pressure than pain. It was quick, and before I even knew what was going on, it was over. I then managed to force myself awake. I sat up, got to my feet in complete darkness, feeling my way around the walls. I made my way to the bathroom, and there I finally flicked the light switch on. I stood there, before the mirror, rubbing my eyes as the harsh light behind me. I stared at the mirror for minutes on end, with no reaction, no feeling, no thoughts. And then I smiled. I smiled as best I could, now that my jaw was completely broken, hanging loose around my neck. My tongue lolled out listlessly like a paralyzed, gooey slug. My teeth weren't rooted in anything but threads of flesh, and I could pull them out by hand, with about the same discomfort as a needle prick. I laughed, the halting sound coming out like the gurgling of a backed-up sewer drain. What a handsome face! What a funny mouth! A funny mouth! A funny mouth! Funny mouth! A funny mouth! I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it.
Where the hell are you? Hello? Charles? Hi. I'm currently in a bed inside St. Anne's Hospital room in North London. Dr. Martin kindly allowed me to use his laptop so I can explain how I got here and what happened to me. My name is David Argento. I'm 16 years old and apparently I'm suffering from a mental illness of some kind. There was only so much I can take in from the doctor's words in the opposite patient room. Since I have a massive headache, I've been given a fair amount of ibuprofen. But this headache seems permanent. But I don't care. I absolutely must get this written down. I absolutely must get this recorded at all costs. Anyways, you might be wondering how I got here. Here is my story. About 4 nights ago, I went upstairs to the loft and took my old school books to the burning pile. I just finished my GCSEs, and like all my friends, hated every single subject I did. Math, history, English, especially English. You name it, I hated it. So I found the books exactly where I left them a few months back. Or dumped, more like. In a corner that was so old, there was enough dust to make a candy floss. I scorned the moment I looked at them again. Except I knew this would be the last time I'd ever have to look at them. So I collected them all underneath one arm. Disgusting. I considered changing clothes shortly afterwards. But then, something caught my eye. I'm not really sure how I noticed it, but I remember being so intrigued by it that I dropped the books right on the loft and picked it up. It was a red CD-ROM case, about the size of the average book. There were no words of any kind, even when I turned it over on the other side. Sod all. I was kind of excited. It looked like a computer game that the previous house owners had left behind. Since I absolutely loved computers at the time, I was interested in giving it a go on my Dell. But when I opened it, the disc inside lacked any kind of artistic illustrations. Instead, just a bland, white colour with some text written on it in black marker. The words were Chatroom 98. I wasn't exactly pleased when I learned it wasn't a game, but since someone had already went through the effort of making a chatroom disc, rather than the vast chat rooms available on the internet, I concluded it would be somehow different. That I got right. Having kicked the worthless books down the attic ladder, I inserted the disc inside my old laptop. After a brief moment, a red box with no text in it appeared. I wasn't sure what to make of it at first, but it seemed to linger there for half a minute. Then the screen went black for a brief moment and flashed. The words, "Welcome to Chatroom 98, appeared at the top centre of the screen. Chatroom 98. What was the significance of that number? Then, what appeared to be a white text box opened up in the centre. I didn't know what to type, so I randomly put in, "Hello." I didn't expect any kind of response, but then I got one. A person by the name of Darwin Clark replied, "Good afternoon." There was no possible way that this person was real. It seemed like I was the only processor of this chatroom disk. Then I realised it was one of those chatbots, a software designed to simulate an intelligent conversation with whoever talks to it. ICT was the only thing I was good at. I still thought it was strange though. I'd only lived in my current house for 6 years, but I'd never encountered that red box in my entire life. I suppose the house's previous owner must have owned it. but it's not like they owned a computer. Unless you count the smashed into pieces one that we threw away into the dump after we first arrived. Anyway, I tried to start a conversation to see what extent the AI had been programmed. "Lovely weather we're having," I wrote. No sooner than 3 seconds, Mr. Clark replied,
"No, it seems rather miserable today."
I was taken back. The weather was more or less exactly how he put it. I didn't know either until I looked out the window and saw it was about to rain. It seemed the books had only one day to live, but I wasn't too surprised. The chatbot was probably programmed to say that, since this is England I live in, it could have been more than likely. I typed in, "So what are your favourite movies?" Again, I got a response.
"I do not watch movies. I prefer the theater."
The theatre? Was I talking to an old man? I replied, "How old are you?" I didn't care if the bot got offended. It would have to give me an answer eventually. The answer was,
"I will tell you about myself. I was born in 1867 and grew up with 2 sisters whom I hated."
Okay, right, whoever programmed this was clearly having a laugh. I typed back, laughing hysterically as I wrote. "Well, I was born in 2098, with 2 identical twin brothers who are also aliens from the planet Boogaloo. I am also Jesus." I wondered what the senile old man would say next. I knew it was a chatbot, but I kept thinking it was a real person for some unexplainable reason. He said,
"Really? How droll. Nice to meet you, Mr. Jesus. Have your brothers abducted anyone yet?"
I cracked up again. Whoever made this must have done an impressive job. I typed in, "Yes, they are actually alien pedophiles who prey on human children. You'd better watch out. They also have a fetish for CD-ROMs." The next reply was just plain unsettling.
"Well, although I may appear to be a CD-ROM, I was actually a human myself, once, until I faced judgment for my transgressions."
I didn't know what he was saying, but the poignant detail of his description startled me for a second. It felt real. Too real. And then, to my surprise, he typed another message.
"You don't understand. Let me make myself plain. My sisters, whom I hated, met with a tragic accident."
I was starting to feel cold. This was not just a chatbot. This must have been a psycho chatbot or something. Or it was a big joke. I typed in to see his reaction. "Do you know what my brothers have done lately?" And then I was met with the biggest surprise of all. Darwin Clark responded again. Only this time I could see his message being typed out like a ticker tape typewriter.
"You are an only child, David."
What the hell? I was seriously getting creeped out now, so I typed in, "What the hell are you?" And the response simply couldn't have been made by an AI. It seemed too much like a human was actually talking to me.
Let me tell you a story. Do you know what happened to your house's previous owners?
I sat there, like an idiot, staring at the computer, awaiting a response.
The thing that happened to my two sisters. Remember, I despised both of them.
That was it. I moved the cursor to the top right corner to click on the cross button and end this nightmare. I was relieved. I'd only been talking to it for 5 minutes, but it seemed like 2 hours. But when I tried to shut down the PC, the unthinkable happened. The computer became unresponsive. It went all glitchy. Worse still, the chat room opened by itself. I got another message, and by this time I was sure to be hallucinating by now.
You have not heard everything yet.
I scrambled at the keyboard. I was losing my mind. What are you? Are you messing with my computer? Stop. This isn't funny. Finally, I think this is where it happened. Darwin Clark typed in again. This time in a much slower, ticker tape typewriter fashion than last time. I could hear nothing more than my own heartbeat. It intensified more and more with each passing letter. My face was practically melting with sweat as I focused more and more on the letters as they were being typed. The horrified expression on my face would have become so visible. I think I remember seeing it in the reflection of my laptop. The final message he gave me, which lost me my sanity and ruined my health, was,
Look behind you.
I remember feeling as if everything around me was slowing down. I really was worried. Part of me knew that there would be something behind me, and a smaller part tried to assure me that there was nothing there. I shut my eyes and clenched my teeth violently together and shot my head back like a bullet. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I spat out a weak laugh and nodded my head in relief, and I felt like everything was safe again, until I looked back to my computer monitor. I must have seen it in the moment I swiveled my chair, but it caught me anyway. There was a face of a man, a pale white man who was grinning at me on my laptop screen. His hair was blonde and he seemed to be in his mid-20s, but his facial expression was the exact opposite of friendly. His eyes were crimson red. I only saw it for a nanosecond of a nanosecond, but that was all I could take. After that, apparently I screamed violently and fell unconscious for 4 hours. That's what Dr. Martin told me. He's the guy looking after me at the moment. He really doesn't know what I've been through. And here I am now, sitting in a bed at 4:30 AM, recording this story to the world. Even as I record this, I still worry that the face will appear once again and scare the hell out of me. I seem to be suffering from a trauma. My eyes have grown dark purple circles around them because I've literally not slept at all since 2 weeks ago. I tried sleeping, but that face stops me from sleeping. Now that I've recorded this story, I urge everybody to watch out. If you see a red CD-ROM case, throw it away. Do not open it and do not use it. I'm now going to jump out a 3rd-story window. I can't take this anymore. I'm scared. I want to die now. If anyone tries to resuscitate me, then screw you too. And do not, I repeat, do not go looking for Darwin Clark. He may or may not be real, but he can drive you insane. If you listen to this message, do not look for Darwin Clark. If you find him, you will lose your mind.
There have been rumours circling about the network for some time now, but I believe that I am the first to properly investigate them. I'm certainly the first to share my findings. I'm not going to shove this stuff down your throat and blow it out of proportion, nor am I going to tell you everything that I saw. I shall not respond to any messages regarding the matter, but I will leave instructions to those of you who are motivated enough to replicate my trip. I don't know if you've ever been to North Wales. Lots of mountains and valleys and very few large towns, mostly rural communities out there. I visited a friend up in Bangor a few times, so I knew the way to the coast. From there, it was a matter of heading south into the foothills of Mount Snowdon. It took a while to find the old research building. It's been abandoned for years, and so the address wasn't on my sat-nav, but a couple of locals out on a hike pointed me in the right direction. If you plan on heading out there, I'd advise asking around. It's easy to get lost out in those country roads. Sure enough, there was the sign that I'd read about. The original words, Gwyneth Climate Research Centre, just visible through the fading cloak of black paint which had been sprayed across the sign. In their place had simply been daubed End. Passing this charming exterior, I turned up a narrow path where the hedges grew tall and tangled with weeds. I'm not talking narrow like, oh, it's going to be awkward if I meet another vehicle coming the other way. I'm talking grit your teeth the entire way because you can hear the brushes scraping the sides of your ears narrow. The road surface turned to gravel and then angled up sharply. My tyres span, the innards creaked painfully, and it quickly became apparent that it wasn't going to make it up. I reversed down the short distance that I'd managed and parked, shrugging on my laptop bag and pocketing my dad's maglite. It was a fairly grey morning, and I had no idea what state the building's lighting would be in. Buttoning my jacket, I headed up the hill. The front door was not locked, but I set out to check the perimeter. It was pretty much as described in the original online post. Windows boarded, no visible telephone or power lines feeding into the building, and the exterior shell which was covered mostly entirely with graffiti tags. No vehicles were in sight, and the CCTV cameras just hung limp and dead in their cages. Good enough for me. The interior was dark, as I had anticipated. I flicked on the maglite and let it play over grimy walls and a dusty floor. Odd that it should seem so undisturbed. One would think that it would be a squatter's heaven, or at the very least littered with used needles and condom wrappers. as most other abandoned buildings tend to be. The graffiti was still present, but it seemed more hesitant. It was spaced out and faltered the further down the hallway I went. It finally petered out a few feet from the reception desk. The local teenagers had obviously lost their nerve. I found the fuse box behind the desk and flipped a few of the switches experimentally. Nothing happened. Whether the fuses are all blown or there was no power at all, I did not know, but I definitely did not have the capacity to fix it. The email that I had received on the matter specifically stated not to worry about the electricity supply, but, and called me a coward if you like, given a choice between functioning lights and creeping around a dark, isolated building on my own, I'd rather the former. After climbing the bare stairwell to the next floor, I was able to stow my light. The windows here were not boarded up, and great cones of sunlight had crept through the empty frames. The only creepy thing about this place was how tidy it was. Yeah, a thick layer of dust coated everything, and what few furnishings were left had been piled up in the corners of the room, but there was literally no sign of human disturbance. The sort of place an urban explorer would kill to stumble across, no doubt. I actually felt almost unwelcome there. The closest example I can think of is when you walked into class really late back in school. Everyone turns to look at you and you feel weirdly unwelcome. Yeah, well, I was getting that same feeling in my stomach when I found the room. It was pretty much as the email described, a big, open-plan office layout with marks in the floor and ceiling where the cubicles had once been, and a great reef of office chairs tangled together in one corner. There was only one desk in the room, pushed against the far wall. As I approached it, I noted that, unlike the rest of the building, it was completely devoid of dust. I pulled the laptop out my bag and set it down. It was a cheap piece of crap 2000 model which I bought online for about £30, reformatted and installed only the basic functions onto. It was specifically for that exertion. I was not going to gamble my personal machine on an interesting story I'd read on the internet. Once booted up, I produced the network cable. It was an old grey one, the kind you attribute with screechy dial-up tones, and parents complaining about your hogging the phone lines. One end slotted into the back of the machine, and I looped the other behind the desk, crouched beneath it, and felt my way along the flaky plaster until my hand brushed the port. My probing fingers discovered a cable already attached, which I unhooked and replaced with my own. When I stood up, I noticed that the cable that I held in my hand was torn, as though the other half had been yanked away so abruptly that the plastic had ruptured and the wires inside snapped. I still have it around my office somewhere actually. Nothing happened. No icons popped up announcing that I had successfully connected to the network, and the little signal strength symbol in the bottom right of the screen insisted that I was not online. Puzzled, I checked the printout of the email. No mention of this. Perhaps the power being off was an issue, contrary to the given directions. I called up the command window and tried sending a ping. A ping, by the way, is the kind of echoed message that the computer can send out to test the connection. It bounces back or receives a response from other machines and servers in the same network as you. To my surprise, I received 2 or 3 automated responses. I was online, alright. The next given step was the internet. My homepage was set to Google, but strangely, the program spent a good few minutes just on a blank white screen before I was redirected to a different search engine. It was similar to Google in its minimalism, empty background with a central text bar, but the address was www.patriotsearch.com. In place of the Google text logo, There was a simple sketch-style picture of a stoic-faced soldier holding a British flag in one hand, a US in the other. The word Semper Fidelis was scratched into his helmet. I tried YouTube, but the page briefly forward before redirecting me to Patriot Search website once more. My mouth felt dry as I clicked the search option and headed to the BBC News website. This, it seemed, was still online. As I skimmed the news headlines, any doubts that I had quickly vanished. Second American Civil War grows in size and intensity. US troops redeployed from Afghanistan, Egypt and Turkey to defend home soil. France and Spain left reeling after terrorists detonate a thermonuclear device on their borders. Police in Texas circulate CCTV images of men believed responsible for the kidnap and murder of over 50 women since 2008. Handgun bans set to become law across America after last week's White House shooting spree. The US and Britain to allow Australia and Canada to join the Patriot Alliance. UK terrorists continue to murder in border towns, demand Scottish independence. German theoretical physicists arrested by US agents, accused of treason. Research on alternate universes and interdimensional travel amongst confiscated items. I sat back, fumbled a cigarette in my mouth and lit it. I had no idea precisely what it was I just stumbled across. I still don't know, but it was huge. Some kind of alternate reality? News from the future? It seems too big to be a trick. Anyway, as the email had told me, this network, this other internet, was an overlap between our world and another one. I went back to the Patriot Search website. I began punching in anything that came to mind. Olympics, Facebook, human rights acts, police powers, current world map. Slowly, surely, a picture began to form. A picture of the world beyond my laptop, and the little umbilical cord which was the cable. I was a blind man, feeling his way through a cave, bit by bit. The more I read, the more fearful I became. A lot of bad stuff had happened. I have neither the time nor patience to list everything here. You can't expect me to describe an entire separate historical timeline, but I'll leave you with a few examples. Police in the United States and the UK were gradually being phased out, and the army was taking their place. From what I gathered, the only crimes that were properly investigated were treason and fraud, leaving all kinds of depraved killers and perverts free to do as they pleased. Some had even gained a fan followings. I stumbled across one website dedicated to someone called the Dockyard Butcher. I had an image and a video gallery in the sidebar, and the things I saw made me feel queasy. The world was overcrowded, but not like ours. I make no exaggeration. London was ringed by shantytown slums, the sort of place you wouldn't expect to find outside a third world country. There was so much to take in that I'm probably forgetting half of it as I type. Oh, and something had happened to New York City. There were plenty of records about it dating back to the late 90s, but then they just stopped, like it never existed. I couldn't find it on any of the maps, no discussion on any public forums about it either. I'm not sure if it's an isolated example or one of many places to officially stop existing. But if anyone decides to look for themselves, then it's something interesting to investigate. I really recommend that you don't though. A shrill bleep startled me. I left the command drive open after testing my connection. It was notifying me of an echoed ping. I reopened the window and, sure enough, I had been pinged moments later. A second ping popped up on the feed. A different source, though the IP was listed beside the notification. As far as we know, that building is the only one with a connection to the network. meaning that they hadn't come from this side. As I tried to grasp what was happening, a third ping appeared. Something clicked inside my head, and I felt my stomach turn. I had grasped blindly into the unknown, and now the unknown was grasping back. People from this other world had felt my clumsy investigations and were, in turn, investigating us. That was when my laptop went crazy. The mouse stopped responding to my usage. In fact, the pointer disappeared completely from the screen. The internet browser instantly froze up, and then forwarded me to another website, a blank white screen which loaded almost instantaneously. A file began to load itself onto the machine, its icon, a pale, pupil-devoid eyeball, and its name, a blank space. Though I wasn't hugely worried about the well-being of the laptop, the idea that something from this other place was pushing its way into my reality was strangely horrifying. I leapt to my feet, and just as the download reached the 75% mark, I yanked free the cable from the wall. A squeal of static emerged from the computer speakers, and the download bar quivered, frozen on screen. I dropped my cigarette in the rush, so I sat back, lit another one, and stared at that socket on the wall, scratched and slightly deformed due to my rather rough exit from the world that lay beyond it. I have no idea what that iProgram was for, and I didn't try to find out. I took the laptop apart there and then carefully grounded each piece below my heel. All that's left of its inner workings is a scattering of green plastic shards and bent metal. As for what the future holds for the old climate research building, I have no clue. Gwyneth Council have been talking about demolishing it down for years, and perhaps one day they'll pull their fingers out and get around to it. I'll be honest, when it's nothing but rubble and ashes, I won't be mourning its loss. Until that time, the socket, a little window into the unknown, is still there. If you desperately want to investigate, I can't stop you. Still, it's plain to see that whatever world the network represents is a cruel and malicious shadow of our own. Just a word of warning to any other would-be pioneers, however. If they try to make contact, ignore them. And if they try to get through, deny them. Scientists believe that, should alternate universes exist, then it would be almost impossible to knowingly transfer physical objects from one to the other. Then again, though data is simply electrical impulses, energy, that such a force should be exchangeable between two realities simply paves way for other, far less desirable visitors. I believe that whatever possibilities the network holds for us are outweighed by the risk, because what lies across the veil is not some monster or demon, but a humanity turned cold and hateful. I know how we think, and it knows we'll come back. If all hasn't dissuaded you from exploring, then please be careful. And don't let them in.
In the last decade and a half, it's become infinitely easier to obtain exactly what you're looking for, by way of a couple of keystrokes. The internet has made it all too simple to use a computer to change reality. An abundance of information is merely a search engine away, to the point where it's hard to imagine life as anything different. Yet, a generation ago, when the words streaming and torrent were meaningless, save for conversations about water, people met face-to-face to conduct software swap parties, trading games, and applications on Sharpie-labeled 5¼ floppy disks. Of course, most of the time the meets were a way for frugal, community-minded individuals to trade popular games like King's Quest and Maniac Mansion amongst themselves. However, A few early programming talents designed their own computer games to share amongst their circle of acquaintances, who in turn would pass it on, until, if fun and well designed enough, an independently developed game had its place in the collection of aficionados across the entire country. Think of it as the 80s equivalent of a viral video. Pale Luna, on the other hand, was never circulated outside of the San Francisco Bay Area. All known copies have been long disposed of. All computers that have ever run the game now detritus, buried under layers of filth and polyester. This fact is attributed to a number of rather abstruse design choices made by its programmer. Pale Luna was a text adventure in the vein of Zork and the Lurking Horror, at the time when said genre was swiftly going out of fashion. Upon booting up the program, the player was presented with a screen almost completely blank, except for the following text. You are in a dark room. Moonlight shines through the window. There is gold in the corner, along with a shovel and a rope. There is a door to the east. Command. So began the game that one writer for a long out-of-print fanzine described as enigmatic, nonsensical, and completely unplayable, as the only commands that the game would accept were pick up gold, pick up shovel, pick up rope, open door, and go east. The player was soon presented with the following. Reap your reward. Pale Luna smiles at you. You are in a forest. There are paths to the north, west, and east. Command. What quickly infuriated the few who have played the game was the confusing and buggy nature of the second screen onward. Only one of the directional decisions would be the correct choice. For example, on this occasion, a command to go in any direction other than north would lead to the system freezing, requiring the operator to hard reboot the entire computer. Further, any subsequent screens seem to merely repeat the above text, with the difference being only the directions available. Worse still, the standard text adventure commands appear to be useless. The only accepted non-movement related prompts were use gold, which caused the game to display the message, not here, use shovel, which brought up, not now, and use rope, which prompted the text, you've already used this. Most who played the game progressed a couple of screens into it before becoming fed up by having to constantly reboot and tossing the disc in disgust, writing off the experience as a shoddily programmed farce. However, there is one thing about the world of computers that remains true. No matter the era, some people who use them have way too much time on their hands. A young man by the name of Michael Nevins decided to see if there was more to Pale Luna than what met the eye. 5 hours and 33 screens worth of trial and error and unplugging computer cords later, he finally managed to make the game display different text. The text in this new area read, Pale Luna smiles wide. There are no paths. Pale Luna smiles wide. The ground is soft. Pale Luna smiles wide. Here. Command. It was another hour still before Nevin stumbled upon the proper combination of phrases to make the game progress any further. Dig hole, drop gold, then fill hole. This caused the screen to display, Congratulations, 40.24248 minus 121.4434. Upon which the game ceased to accept commands, requiring the user to reboot them one last time. After some deliberation, Nevins came to the conclusion that the numbers referred to lines of latitude and longitude. The coordinates led to a point in the sprawling forest that dominated the nearby Lassen Volcanic Park. As he possessed much more free time than sense, Nevins vowed to see Pale Luna through to its ending. The next day, armed with a map, a compass, and a shovel, he navigated the park's trails, noting with amusement how each turn he made corresponded roughly to those that he took in the game. Though he initially regretted bringing the cumbersome digging tool on a mere hunch, the path similarity all but confirmed his suspicions that the journey would end with him face to face with an eccentric's buried treasure. Out of breath after a tricky struggle to the coordinates, he was pleasantly surprised by a literal stumble upon a patch of uneven dirt. Shoveling as excitedly as he was, it would be an understatement to say that he was taken aback when his heavy strokes unearthed the badly decomposing head of a blonde-haired little girl. Nevins promptly reported the situation to the authorities. The girl was identified as Karen Paulson, age 11, reported as missing to the San Diego Police Department a year and a half prior. Efforts were made to track down the programmer of Pale Luna, but the nearly anonymous legal gray area in which the software swapping community operated inescapably led to many dead ends. Collectors have been known to offer upwards of 6 figures for an authentic copy of the game. The rest of Karen's body was never found.
Hello there. I am Mr. Welldone. I watched the copulation which conceived you, and I screamed in horror. I saw you burst like a hatched parasite, hairless, gagging, and I grit my teeth in hatred, sliding them over each other again and again and again and again until they were flat and smooth. I will watch you wither and grow old as your body congeals and the weight of your years pull your flesh from your body. I will grin and snicker, laugh and laugh. I will see your decomposing corpse pumped full of superficial chemicals and turned into the dirt to feed the eyeless, subterranean creatures of the earth. I will howl because I know where you are going. I know the secrets of this earth, as I knew the secrets of the one before it. I will bring about the end, and you cannot stop me. You read these tales, and you do not know that with each one you read, you create and recreate. With each one you retell, you claim ownership of the end. For there will be some among you who will try to verify these tales. You will seek them out. Those that do so with passion will find that many of them are falsehoods. But some will be harrowing, and the very least, others will leave you scarred for the rest of your fleeting days, and others still will leave you stripped of your flesh. And that flesh will be used to build more and more and more tales, twisted and stretched to cry out to more curious individuals. I will smile, my teeth clenching together tightly, 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 until one cracks with a satisfying pop. My eyes unblinking, watching everything fall into place, wide and empty, weeping and shriveling with delicious, protracted agony. I am so excited, so very excited. Even as you read this, some among you are emboldened. The sick part of you, which lusts for the end, whisper into your mind, making you want to see the horror, the pain, the blood, and the death. You want to see it. You want to see what lies hidden in the dark, beyond sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. Come with me and see. I will show you such wonderful things. It is not what you cannot see in the dark that you fear. It seems the masses have comforted themselves with the trite statement, people fear the unknown. Humanity finds a strange comfort in this statement. If people did indeed fear the unknown, this statement would be akin to locking eyes and spirit with that soul-rending horror which lurks unseen in the back of every human's mind. It is not what you cannot see in the dark that you fear. It is what you will see if you gaze long and hard into it. You will see that thing you know you will see. You will attempt to assuage that sting of fear in your mind by numbly assuring yourself that it is simply a figment of the rampant faculties of the subconscious. Well, it is not. Yes, we fear the dark for a reason. The reason is not what you think it is. Many fellows, in their markedly less than infinite wisdom, choose to prove their gender and sexual orientation by seeking out a local rumored to be frequented with the events of supernatural. What a loathsome and paradoxical term, supernatural. How can a thing be above nature when it is naturally occurring? I digress. Many such brave souls who set out in search of the nocturnal thrills of the unknown find that there is little to fear despite the cold sweat they feel, and choose to take this evidence as the answer to whether or not the supernatural exists in our shared perception of the world. What fools! Indeed, if one steels themselves overmuch, such an individual may find that he will never see anything beyond the mundane. It is those that embrace their fear that find much more startling evidence supporting the possibility of earthly entities and energies beyond our current understanding. Fear is more than a biological warning to impending danger. It is a sense with little difference than the 5 most people are familiar with. To ignore one's fear is to close one's eyes to such secrets possessed of beauty beyond most mortals' imaginations. And so I impart this advice upon those who wish to confirm the existence of the supernatural. Exalt yourself in your fear. Stoke its fires and seek out the darkness. You will see such wonderful things. Of all the most wonderful things to be seen in this world, the best of them lay in the periphery of the worldly. The superficial, the mundane, the worthless, the duplicitous, the wretched, horrid, loathsome, hated, despicable, sickening, vapid reality which humanity clings to. Pardon me. But in the corners of the eye lay unknown gems amidst the refuse, those fitting shapes humanity unconsciously consciously assigns to the readily explainable, acceptable normalities of the social world which haunts us, leaving us with a vague fear that begs our eyes to close so very tightly when the lights are put down for an evening's rest, and not to open again until the reassuring light of the morning dispels the possibilities of the darkness. Oh, what waste! What ridiculousness! Open your eyes and use the wondrous capabilities of this fantastic organ as you go about your evening hygienic rituals. I suggest you pay indirect attention to the cold black of the hallways waiting outside the door. Wait for the inevitable thing, out of place with the characteristic stillness of the night, swiftly passing by to unknown destinations. But do not acknowledge it. Do not. No. Some things are best only seen and not interacted with in other ways. For in seeing that which believes itself unseen, awareness comes with the most severe of consequences. Oh, yes, indeed, so severe. Do behave. Look, but do not touch, or speak, or taste. Only then, perhaps, will you hear. Faintly on this first occasion, but on every other occasion thereafter will become impossible to ignore. Even as they stand, now so clearly, leering at you from the darkest corners of your safest, most sacred heavens, do not acknowledge their presence. Be content to observe. Yes, content. Such contentedness is the only barrier against their predations. If you can do this, if one can stand the temptations of the darkness and control one's primordial self, perhaps then you will be prepared. Prepared for more. Oh, so much more. Tales of strange creatures, occurrences, and sightings persist from the first days of man until today. To discard them out of hand is foolishness, as is to believe blindly. But for those that seek out the dark, you will see horrors which will shatter your human mind. There was once a time when man understood his place in the universe. But things change, always changing. Though, even in recent history, there have been those that have understood. However, such individuals' wise insight is turned to examine the mundanity of nature rather than its unexplainable qualities. What waste. The bulk does not understand, will never understand. There is only fear and blind denial. Even when faced with old truths, the human mind shuts itself off, and the person attempts desperately to find any mundane explanation possible to retain sanity. Sanity, a creature wholly wrought of comparison and worthless society. Only those bold enough to search in the dark, blind and senseless, will see the old truths. You will see, and you will understand your place. You will experience feelings so powerful and varied that you will be unable to assign words to describe the experience. And then it will all end. Can one be simultaneously amused and disgusted? Apparently so. Humanity disgusts me for its constant squabbling for little pieces of paper, hierarchical conflicts for power that exists only in the imaginations of those involved, and the pointless use of lies in order to sustain nothing but a paltry level of comfort. I am sickened, and yet I am also entertained. It is like watching some cruel joke unfold. I sit, waiting for one among you to ascend to greater powers than known to the bulk of humanity, but so few are willing to aspire. So full of yourselves, so assured that you already know the workings of the universe. You rob yourselves of the greatest of mysteries. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see it all end. I cannot wait to watch you scream and suffer. A magnificent din of flesh being stripped from bone, which is then made to dance to the whims of the most horrifying destruction the sentient portion of the universe has borne to witness to. It will be a wonderful taste of vengeance for having been subjected to your monotony. Yet, I still yearn for even one among you to attain eyes with which to see the all of the cosmos. But I also yearn to pluck your organs from their positions of safe functioning simply to relish the expression of pain and terror on your faces. I wonder if I shall ever be so divided. I wonder what I shall do when such divisions cease. I cannot wait.
The air was warm, the sun was shining, and every pony in Ponyville was having a glorious day. The town square was bustling and crowded, and busy ponies filled the streets. All the pony folk seemed to have somewhere specific to be, all except Rainbow Dash. Her place was in the sky. She tore freely through the air, speeding one way and then the next, buzzing the treetops and racing the winds. The blue Pegasus swooped over a schoolyard, much to the delight of the children, then climbed several hundred feet into the air and dove, streaking downward as fast as she could. Seconds before hitting the ground, her wings flew open, and she pulled back up into the clear blue. Rainbow felt alive. Suddenly, Dash remembered she had somewhere to be. She was supposed to meet Pinkie Pie in 5 minutes. Dash had gotten so caught up in her exercises that she had nearly forgot that Pinkie had asked her to meet her at Sugar Cube Corner at 3. Pinkie hadn't said why or what they'd be doing, but Dash knew that with Pinkie, it could be anything. Dash wasn't sure if she really wanted to go, though. Dash was so engaged with her stunts that she thought about blowing Pinkie off to continue flying, but Dash's conscience got the best of her. She knew that it would hurt Pinkie's feelings. After all, Pinkie had said it was going to be something special just for the two of them. Dash considered it and thought, why not? Heck, it might be more pranking. Pinkie might have found a bunch more fun stuff to pull on folks, and they had so much fun the last time. Dash kicked it into overdrive to make up for the lost time, and sped to her appointment. When Dash walked into the store, she was immediately greeted by her host, who was bouncing in excitement.
Yay! You're here! I've been waiting all day!
Said the jumping pony.
Sorry if I'm a little late, Pinkie. I was doing my afternoon exercises and lost track of time.
Dash apologized. Pinkie giggled and responded in a gleeful, assuring tone.
Oh, that's okay. You're here now. What's a few more minutes? I've been so excited thinking about all the fun stuff we're gonna do. I haven't stopped bouncing since I woke up. I almost forgot to breathe. I've been so happy.
Dash gave a slightly uncomfortable laugh. She had always appreciated Pinkie's friendly, outgoing way of life, but Pinkie's overabundant enthusiasm almost creeped her out. Dash maintained a polite expression, however. If Pinkie was this worked up, whatever she had planned must be good.
So, you ready to get started, Rainbow Dash? I've got everything all ready.
The pink pony said. Dash psyched herself up.
You betcha, Pinky. So what do you got planned? We gonna prank somebody? I got a couple of good ones I've been thinking about. Or maybe you've got some stunts you think I should try? Or perhaps making cupcakes!
Pinky happily announced.
Baking?
Dash was disappointed.
Pinky, you know I'm not good at baking. Remember last time? Oh, that's not a problem at all. I only need your help making them. I'll be doing most of the work.
Pinky explained. Dash thought about it for a second.
Well, alright, I guess that's okay. What exactly do you want me to do? That's the spirit. Here you go.
Pinky handed Dash a cupcake. Dash was puzzled.
I thought I was helping you bake. Oh, you will be. I made this one just for you before you got here. So, is this like taste testing or something? Sorta.
Pinky said. Dash shrugged and popped the pastry into her mouth. She chewed a bit and swallowed. Not bad.
Okay, now what?
Dash asked.
Now,
Pinky informed her.
you take a nap.
Puzzled, Dash opened her mouth, but felt instantly lightheaded. A wave of dizziness washed over her. The world spun, and seconds later she collapsed onto the floor. When Dash regained consciousness, she found herself in a dark room. She tried to shake her head, but found a taut leather strap held it firmly in place. She struggled more, but the braces around her chest and limbs glued her to the rack formed from a series of sturdy planks, which spread her legs wide apart. Dash's wings were the only part of her not tied down, and they fluttered frantically while she struggled to escape. As she writhed, Pinky jumped suddenly into her line of sight.
Goody, you're awake. Now we can get started.
Pinky stated gleefully. She bounded into the darkness and quickly reappeared, pushing a small cart covered with a cloth.
Pinky, what's going on? I can't move.
Dash said urgently.
Well, duh. That's because you're tied down.
Chided Pinky.
That's why you can't move. I didn't think you need to be told that. But why? What's happening? I thought you said I was going to make cupcakes. You are helping. You see, I ran out of the special ingredient and I need you to get more. Special ingredient?
Dash was now breathing heavily and starting to panic.
What special ingredient?
Pinky giggled and responded.
You silly!
Dash's eyes widened, and her face contorted in fear. She started to laugh and said, in a voice bordering on hysteria,
Whew, you really got me there, Pinkie Pie. I mean, tricking me into thinking I'm gonna get made into a cupcake? I gotta tell you, this is the best prank yet. You win, you're the best.
Pinky only giggled even more.
Aw, thanks, Dash. But I haven't done any pranks today, so I can't accept your praise.
Dash was struggling again.
Pinky, come on. This isn't funny. Then why are you laughing?
Before Dash could answer, Pinky grabbed the cloth and whipped it off of the cart. On the cart was a tray containing various sharp medical tools and knives, carefully organized and wickedly sharp, as well as a large medical bag. Dash was in full panic mode. She was starting to hyperventilate. Her mind raced as she tried to reason with the pink pony.
You can't do this, Pinky. I'm your friend. I know you are, and that's why I'm so happy that I've got you here. We get to share your last moments together, just you and me.
Pinky skipped again.
But other ponies will wonder where I am. When the clouds pile up, they'll come looking for me, and then you'll get found out.
Dash cried out in desperation.
I'll dash,
Pinky said.
Don't worry, there are plenty of Pegasus ponies to take care of a few clouds. And besides, no pony will find out. I mean, how long do you think I've been doing this?
And with that ominous statement, the lights suddenly came to life and revealed the rest of the room.
Oh no!
Dash reeled in horror at the images presented to her. The room was decorated with a typical but twisted Pinkie Pie flair. Colorful streamers of dried entrails fluttered around the ceiling. Brightly painted skulls of all sizes were attached to the walls, and organs done up in pastels filled with helium were tied to the back of chairs. The tables and chairs were made of bones and the preserved flesh of past ponies. Dash cringed upon seeing the centerpiece of the table nearest to her. The heads of 4 foals, their eyes closed as if they were sleeping, were wearing party hats made of their own skin. With a thrill of terror, Dash recognized one of them as Apple Bloom's classmate, Twist. Dash's eyes darted back and forth, and then fell upon the patchwork banner hanging from the rafters. Made from several tanned pony hides, the words, "Life is a party," were scrawled on it in blood red. Dash's attention was brought back by a party horn, unfurling and tickling her nose. She gaped at Pinkie Pie, who was standing right in front of her. The party pony was wearing a dress quilted from dried skin, emblazoned with cutie marks. On her back fluttered 6 Pegasus wings, all different colors. As the Earth pony skipped in excitement, her necklace of severed unicorn horns clacked together loudly.
Like it?
Pinkie asked.
I made it myself.
Desperately, Dash pleaded with the smiling pony before her.
Pinkie, please! I'm sorry if I did anything to you! I didn't mean it! Please let me go! I promise I won't tell anybody!
Oh, Dash, you didn't do anything. It's just that your number came up and, well, I don't make the rules. We can't turn back now.
Dash was tearing up. How could this be happening?
Aw, don't be sad, Dash.
Said Pinkie.
Look, this'll cheer you up. I brought you a friend.
Seemingly out of nowhere, Pinkie produced a brightly painted blue and yellow skull. It was about pony-sized, but it had a very defining feature, a beak. Dash gaped in shock.
Is that...
Hey, Dash, just hang together. Each pony's your name. Oh, dweebs.
Pinkie mimicked.
I caught her right before she left town. Remember when I left the party for about 20 minutes? That wasn't enough time to play with her, of course. I had to wait until after the party to do that. But boy, am I glad I did. It was worth it for the flavor alone. Griffins taste like 2 animals at once. It's amazing. I know she didn't have a number like everyone else in Ponyville, but when was I going to get another chance to try Griffin? I probably should have asked where she came from so I could have gotten more. But I forgot. I'll tell you what though, she was quite the fighter. She lasted a long time, which was a lot of fun for me. I got the chance to play with somebody other than a pony and try new things. It's too bad she had such a meanie mouth. She said so much bad stuff, I just had to take your tongue out. You know, bad language makes for bad feelings, Rainbow Dash.
Dash didn't have anything to say. She just sobbed and writhed in her tight bonds.
Well, that's enough reminiscing,
said Pinkie, with an air of finality.
It's time to begin.
Putting down Gilda's skull, the pink pony gripped the scalpel in the cleft of her hoof and walked over to Dash's right flank. Without any flair, Pinkie placed the blade an inch above Dash's cutie mark and began a circular cut around it. Dash cried out in pain and tried desperately to pull away, but the braces held her still. Finishing the incision, Pinkie grabbed the curved skinning knife from the tray. Screwing up her face in concentration, she worked it under Dash's skin and sliced the hide away from the muscle. Dash grounded her teeth as she tearfully watched her flesh peel off. Pinkie then moved to the other side and repeated the process on Dash's left flank. Once she had finished, Pinkie held up both cutie marks in front of her and started waving them like pom-poms. Dash just whimpered. Her thighs burnt like nothing she had felt before. Placing the ragged patches of skin down, Pinkie selected a large butcher knife and walked behind the blue Pegasus.
Hope you don't mind. I think I'm gonna wing it now.
Pinkie laughed. She grabbed Dash's left wing in her mouth and played with it for a few seconds, yanking it back so the sharp pain reignited the fire in Dash's flanks. Then, stretching out the wing, Pinkie brought the blade down hard at the base. Instantly, Dash screamed and thrashed her appendage. The movement threw off Pinkie's aim. She tried to hit the mark again but missed and carved a huge slice into Dash's back.
Dash, you gotta stay still and I'll keep missing,
scolded Pinkie as her friend howled. Pinkie took another whack and hit her target. She swung again and again. Blood sprayed into the air, and Pinkie realized she wasn't getting anywhere. The blade just wasn't going through the bone.
I guess I forgot to sharpen it. I'll try something else,
stated Pinkie matter-of-factly as she tossed the knife over her shoulder, embedding the blade in the table. Through a haze of pain and tears, Dash heard the sound of a metal box opening and closing.
Got it! See, Dash? Why do they call it a hacksaw? It doesn't hack. Hacking was what I was doing with the knife. This is just a saw. I don't get it.
Pinkie placed the tool over the mangled flesh of the last attempt. Standing on her hind legs, she worked the saw back and forth with her front hooves. It sliced effortlessly through the bone and skin. The feeling of jagged teeth grinding into her made Dash want to vomit. She watched numbly as her wing flew over her head and landed with a fluff on the table. Pinky moved to the next wing and started sawing. Dash didn't struggle this time. She'd given up trying to fight and focused on choking back screams of agony. Abruptly, the sawing paused. Pinky was only halfway done, the wing hanging off by a sliver.
Hey, Dash!
Pinky piped up.
Think fast!
Suddenly, Pinky yanked the wing as hard as she could. The bone snapped, but the blue Pegasus skin held, then tore away. The pull ripped away a long strip of flesh all the way down Dash's back to her rump. Her body sieged at the unexpected trauma. As her pelvis tensed up, Dash felt a warm release between her legs, and her loud, unending melody of pain filled the room. Unable to catch her breath, she blacked out. Dash woke up with a gasp. The stench of her urine filled her mucus-caked nostrils. As her vision swam into focus, she saw a very pouty Pinkie Pie, removing a large adrenaline needle from her chest. Stomping her hooves, the frustrated Pinkie lashed out at her helpless victim.
Didn't any pony teach you any manners? It's very rude to fall asleep when somebody invites you over to spend time with them. How would you like it if I came over to your house and fell asleep? Oh, I'm sorry, Dash, you're so boring. I think I'll take a nap. You think I always like doing this by myself? I told you how excited I was when I found out you were next. I was excited to have a friend be here with me while I worked, but no. You gotta be inconsiderate. You know, I thought you were tough. I thought you could handle anything. I had full stand-up better than you. Do I have to baby you? Huh? Is that how you want me to remember you? As a baby?
As Pinkie stopped to catch her breath, Dash blinked and sobbed softly. Her back was in agony, her sides were on fire, and there was an intense pain in one of her legs. As she blinked again, she saw Pinkie pop something red into her mouth and begin to chew. Noticing Dash's stare, Pinkie quickly gulped the morsel down.
What?
Pinkie asked.
Oh, this?
She held up another piece.
Well, while you were asleep, I got a little impatient and helped myself to a small sample. I got it from your leg. You're not bad. Want to try some?
Pinkie shoved the strip of meat into the revolted Pegasus pony's mouth. Dash gagged and immediately spit it out. Pinkie frowned and picked up the chunk of flesh.
If you didn't want it, you could have said no.
She contemplated the discarded snotty morsel, then gulped it up.
It's not like you hadn't had my cupcakes before.
Swallowing, Pinkie turned her attention to a small can on the tray. She removed the lid, revealing that it was filled with red-hot coals. Lying on top of the coals were several large nails. As adrenaline filled her veins, Dash began to panic. Picking up the can, Pinkie walked over to Dash's left. Holding some tongs in her mouth, Pinkie carefully picked up the nail and positioned it at the seam between her victim's front left leg and hoof. She then grabbed a hammer and took careful aim.
No, Pinkie!
Dash screamed. The hammer came down and the nail punctured Dash's skin. The white-hot burning was too much. Dash screamed as she pulled and thrashed at the braces, causing her raw skin to rub and tear. Pinkie tried to line up another nail but couldn't find her aim and let out a frustrated grunt. When Pinkie brought the hammer back up to take a wild swing, Dash burst out crying and begging.
Please stop! Please stop!
Pinkie rolled her eyes. Putting down the hammer and tongs, she walked back in front of her friend and stared pensively at the broken Pegasus. Gilda didn't even cry this much when she had a live parasprite shoved down her throat. Pinkie thought for a minute about what to do next, then suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Rotating a wheel on the rack, Pinkie laid Dash on her back, then moved to Dash's hind legs, bringing the can with her. Picking up her tools, Pinkie drove a searing hot spike of metal directly into the bottom of Dash's hoof. As Dash yelled in pain, Pinkie moved around and drove a second nail into the other hoof. Next, Pinkie went back to her cart and located an enormous battery and controller, which she dragged over to where she was working. She tied copper wires between the terminals and the nails driven into Dash's hooves, then gave Dash a wink and flipped the switch. Electricity rocketed through Dash's body. The blue pony reacted immediately. Her body seized and her muscles snapped taut. Dash's hips thrusted skyward, her eyes rolled back, and she let out a deep throat shredding cry. Pinkie giggled and danced in place. then reached down and turned up the juice. Dash convulsed uncontrollably, and her bladder emptied once more. After about 5 minutes, Pinky shut off the power. Wisps of steam rose from the singed fur around Dash's hooves, and the area reeked of cooked flesh and burnt enamel. Pinky rotated Dash upright again, and tried slapping the drooling, delirious pony back to attention.
Dash? Dash! Rainbow Dash, wake up!
Dash moaned, and managed to give a modicum of weak acknowledgement. Pinky studied her handiwork, then reached into the medicine bag and produced a large syringe.
Alright, time for the last round!
Dash focused bleakly on the needle, which Pinky took as a question as to what it was.
This is a little something to take the pain away.
Pinky informed Dash as she walked around her victim's ruined back. Dash flinched as Pinky jabbed the needle into the lower part of the blue pony's spine. Moving in front of her friend again, Pinky leaned down and elaborated.
In a few minutes, you won't be able to feel anything below your ribcage. Then you'll be able to stay awake to watch the harvest.
Dash started to cry again.
Pinky?
She choked out.
Yeah?
I want to go home!
She sobbed,
Yeah, I can see you wanting to do that.
replied the party pony.
Sometimes I just want to give up. Say, I'm done with this mess and go to bed. But you know what? You can't shrug off your responsibilities. You gotta pull yourself up and meet the challenges head on. That's the only way you're gonna get ahead in life.
Dash hung her head and cried. Minutes passed as the drug took effect. Eventually, Dash was completely numb from her chest to her flanks. At this point, Pinky approached with a scalpel. Glancing at Dash and smiling, Pinky made a long horizontal cut across the Pegasus pony's pelvis, just above her crotch. Moving up Dash's body, Pinky made a similar incision under her ribs. Finally, Pinky made a long vertical cut down Dash's stomach, connecting the first two.
Looks like I got my eye on you, Dash.
Pinky giggled. With a moist, gooey sound, the flaps of skin opened. The sight of her own organs and the lack of feeling caused Dash's breath to intensify. Pinky carefully sliced open Dash's abdominal sac and grabbed her large intestines. As she separated the organs from the rest of the digestive tract and pulled it out of the new cavity, Pinky grew jovial. Laughing as she gutted her friend, Pinky began to make jokes. Dash, growing weak from this new source of blood loss, desperately tried to shut out the macabre comedy act.
Look at me! I'm Rarity!
Pinky laughed, slinging the intestinal tube around her neck and spraying blood in all directions.
Isn't my new scarf so pretty?
Reaching back inside, she sliced the smaller intestines off of its bowels. Squeezing out the excess excrement, Pinky filed the slimy organ through her teeth and dragged it back and forth.
Then just so you guys for sure we did, Dash.
Dash was barely aware of what was going on anymore. The shock was causing her to fade. Disappointed, Pinky dived into the blue Pegasus gut, ramping up her routine.
Aw, don't go yet, Dash.
Pinky started to pull out the rest of Dash's organs, pausing with each removal.
I know it can be real pancreas, but you know I'm just kidding with you. You really gotta learn to liver it up. Boy, these jokes are getting flatter. Guess I gotta develop a stomach for them.
Pinky placed the discarded body parts in a bucket, keeping the last one for a bit longer.
Ooh, bagpipes.
She said, placing the end of Dash's esophagus into her mouth and the stomach under her armpit. She squeezed, and a spurt of acid hit her tongue.
Ew! Oh, hey, look, there's your cupcake, Dash.
Dash didn't hear her tormentor. She had slipped from consciousness minutes ago. Pinky, not yet satisfied, hit Dash with another adrenaline shot. Dash woke up for the last time, her heart pounding. Warm blood flowed out of the wound in her chest, with great spurts. It wouldn't be long now. Pinky brought Dash around onto her back again and straddled the blue pony's chest, scalpel at the ready.
You know, Rainbow Dash, I'm disappointed. I thought you would have lasted longer. I really wanted to spend more time with you before we got here. But I guess it's my fault. I should have taken it a little slower. Oh well, really nice knowing you, Dash.
The blade sunk into the blue throat and worked its way up Dash's chin. Coming back down, Pinky's scalpel then circled Dash's neck. The last thing Rainbow Dash felt was her skin being cut away from her skull, and the metal blade scraping her teeth. Then she was gone. Pinkie Pie stared into the mirror. She had really done a good job. Even keeping the eyelids, she winked, and Dash winked back. Pinkie smiled. But still, she was sad that her friend was now gone. Dash only lasted 50 minutes, not nearly as long as Pinkie had wanted. She looked back at the cadaver hanging in the center of the room, the last of her friend's fluids draining into a pan. Yep, no more Rainbow Dash. As she looked, Pinkie cocked her head. She began to take notice of the fact that there really wasn't much damage to the corpse.
In fact,
The pink pony amused.
I think...
An idea exploded in her head. She was good at sewing, and she had all the pieces. All she had to do was put them back together. Yeah, she just had to go get some stuffing and bingo, she'd have Rainbow Dash forever. In fact, Pinkie thought that's what she'd do for all of her best friends when their numbers came up. She was so excited. She skipped right over to the body with her Skinner to get started. The cupcakes could wait. Pinkie Pie had a friend to make.
You see, I'm a simple college student living alone in an apartment. I was very enthusiastic about the release of Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver here in the States. I've purposely locked myself out of all media and internet aside for school purposes. That means no 4chan, no VBoard, no Bulbapedia, etc. As I was busy with the school year and being poor at the time, I wasn't able to buy Soul Silver on its launch date. After my school year ended, I ordered Soul Silver on Amazon. However, it would take a week for it to arrive. I decided that during that time, I would replay my Crystal version on my Game Boy Color. However, I realized that long ago, my mum threw it away because I told her the save went dead, and I was very upset about it then. She also threw away my silver version, so all I have is my Game Boy Color. As such, I set out to GameStop and bought a used silver version, as it's the only Pokemon game left they had for Game Boy Color. $10, fairly cheap. I went home and started it up for a nostalgia trip. However, that's where things started getting bizarre. And most likely the reason you're listening to this. The Game Freak logo started up as normal, but it just froze there. I thought the cart was just errored or something, so I turned it off and on, and the same thing happened. I tried pressing A and start over and over, and all of the buttons. Eventually, the logo vanished, and there was a black screen for about 5 seconds. Suddenly, rather than going to the usual menu screen, I was already in the game in a previous saved file, which was odd as I was expecting all of these cards to have been wiped by the poor battery. Either way, I wasn't complaining, as I would have chosen the continue option just to see what the previous guy did anyways. First off, I checked the trainer information. His name was just ... He didn't have much originality. I checked his profile, and apparently he had 999 hours put into the game, with all 16 badges, 99,999.9 Pokédollars, and all the 251 Pokemon in the Pokédex. seeing as he apparently had Mew and Celebi logged also. I'm guessing he used a Game Genie, or was a really hardcore Pokemon player back then. I checked his Pokemon, just to see what badass team he had. To my surprise, I saw 5 unknowns, and a 6th Pokemon named Hurry. I'm thinking that this must be some cruel joke by the person who last played the game, but I decided to check the profiles of the Pokemon anyways. As expected, there were different letters of unknown, all level 5. I was a bit shaky with my unknown alphabet at the time, but I identified the word, spelled out to be leave. As for the 6th Pokemon, it turned out to be a Cyndaquil. Mind you, this is before there were individualized Pokemon icons. The Cyndaquil looked normal, but it was only level 5, with only 1 HP left, with only 2 attacks, Leer and Flash. I don't know why they named him Hurry, but at the time, I just disregarded it. The most eerie thing was that despite my volume being max, none of the Pokemon had said the usual cries. Just pure silence. Having enough of the team, I closed it. I was parked at what appears to be a room inside the Bellsprout Tower. However, for some reason, there were no NPCs around. Even more eerie was that the pillar in the middle didn't move at all, as if just leaning on its side. There was no music at all, and there were no exit or ladders. Or at least I thought there wasn't. I walked around for a few minutes, but can't seem to find a way out. This was certainly not a room I've been in the Bellsprout Tower before. I tried checking my items for an escape rope, but the bag was completely empty. There wasn't any wild Pokemon either. Finally, I've managed to find a ladder, which turned out to be behind the pillar. The screen turned black, and the music finally started playing. I had a sudden chill, as I recognized the melody I heard to be the same theme you hear when you listen to the radio at the Alpha Ruins where the unknowns are. I immediately realized that it wasn't a loading transition, but rather I was in a dark room and would need flash. Before I took care of that though, I immediately checked my poker gear to change the radio to something more pleasant. But it turns out there was no radio card, or even a phone, nor time cards. There was only a map card, in which Gold, ... from earlier, was just walking in the midst of black. I recall that Cyndaquil has flash, so I turned off my poker gear and made Cyndaquil use flash. I didn't see any message saying Hurry used flash, or anything like that. The room just became lit, just like that, and I soon regretted it. The room was a chilling blood red, with a linear grey path heading south. The ladder I used to go up and down was not there at all. I had no choice but to head south. The screen got darker every 20 steps I made. Until I finally made it to the end, which appears to be a sign. I read the sign, which said, "Turn back now." Suddenly, I was asked to answer yes or no, but there was no question asked. I chose yes, as I do not know what it was asking, and the screen went black again, making a ladder climb sound. The unknown radio music stopped, and in a few seconds was replaced with the not as creepy poker flute radio music. I was in another dark room, but I held my breath and used flash again. Suddenly, it said, "Hurry has fainted," which was odd, since I recall that there was no status condition like poison on him, and I clearly wasn't in a battle. I checked my Pokemon quickly, and suddenly, he's no longer in my party. In fact, after a bit of investigating, none of my Pokemon are there, but instead replaced with level 10 unknown. I did the same thing as before, and spelled out the unknown. My then team of unknown spelled, "He died." Either way, after that creepy change, the room was lit to reveal myself in a very small room that appears to be only 4 squares big. The walls of that room were big grey bricks, as if I was inside something that was hollowed out. Outside that room appears to be a bunch of graves, similar to the one in Pokemon Red and Blue. I've walked around that small room and pressed A, but nothing happened. I've already concluded that this was clearly a hacked game, and some sadistic person sold it to GameStop. However, my curiosity kept me going. I checked the trainer profile of ... again, only to find out that the sprite of Gold was missing his arms. He also seems to appear less smug, but rather seems more sad and empty in a way that I do not know how to describe. For some reason, it also now said that he had 24 badges, which was clearly impossible. After a few minutes of aimlessly wondering, my character suddenly spun and did the escape rope spinning animation. Instead of flying up though, my character spun downwards, slowly, as if sinking. After that screen, the music stopped. After finally landing, the overworld sprite of Gold is coloured differently now. Instead of the usual red colour he dons, he appeared completely white now, including his skin. It's as if he came straight from the colourless Game Boy games, replaced into a coloured background of the Game Boy Color. I checked his profile, and now, while now is as white as his overworld sprite, he lost his legs, and what appears to be bloody tears from his eyes. It also says he has 32 badges, which now starts to disturb me, as this change of number seems to represent something important. I also checked my Pokemon, which this time contains 5 unknowns, and a level 100 Celebi without a nickname. The unknown are this time leveled 15, and spelling out dying. I checked the Celebi's profile. It was a shiny Celebi, except there was only half of the sprite. 1 arm, 1 leg, 1 eye, and it only had 1 attack. Perish Song. The area I was in itself was the Sprout Tower, with the immobile pillar as before, except everything is apparently red now. I walked north for what felt like forever. Eventually, I encountered some generic men and women NPCs. They were all lined up to the side, just facing along the slantish pillar in the middle. They were also white, and nothing happened when I tried to speak to them. I kept on going north until eventually the pillar finally appears chopped off, with the transparent red in that spot. I went up to red, and without even pressing A, I was suddenly engaged in a battle. The music starts again, which sounds like the unknown radio music again, but played backwards. Gold's battle sprite matches his front one with the bloody eyes, white skin, and lack of arms. Gold's battle back sprite matches his front one with the bloody eyes, white skin, and lack of arms, while Red sprite was the same as before in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, except transparent. The text simply said, "Wants the battle," as if he has no name, and both of us only have 1 Pokemon each, which is weird as I swore I had 6 with the unknowns. My Celebi came out, conveniently with half a sprite, for the back sprite also. The shiny sound and animation was different as the sounds it made sound like multiple screech attacks used consecutively. Red sent out a seemingly normal male Pikachu, except he's level 255, and his sprite seems sad and has tears in his eyes. Rather than the usual fight, item, Pokemon run menu, I was only given the option to use attacks. Since Celebi only had 1, I chose it. Naturally, since Pikachu was level 255, he went first. Pikachu used Curse, lowering his speed and increasing his other stats. I'm not even sure if Pikachu could use Curse. Celebi used Perish Song. In 3 turns, both Pokemon get KO'd. Not like I have a choice. At this point, I didn't even go back into the fight menu, as the battle just continued without me. Also note, there were no animations at all for some reason. Pikachu used Flail, which didn't do much damage despite his level, and boost as his health was maxed. Celebi used Perish Song. Nothing happens as it was already used. Pikachu used Frustration, which did a ton of damage, knocking Celebi to less than 10 HP. Celebi used Pain Split, which surprised me as Celebi didn't even have that attack in the first place. Now Celebi and Pikachu have about 150 HP. Pikachu used Mean Look. Not like that did anything. As expected, due to the effects of Peri's song, my Celebi fainted. Except in the text it said, Celebi has died. Instead of the ordinary drop-off screen animation, the Celebi back sprite just vanished. For some reason, the Pikachu was still up, even with the Perish song, and it didn't count as my loss. Pikachu used one more different attack beyond the 5 attack limit. Pikachu used Destiny Bond. Afterwards, it said Pikachu has died, with a slow fade out animation. Apparently I was the winner, as the transparent red sprite showed up and said, ... At that point, I just freaked out, as the transparent red sprite was suddenly beheaded, leaving nothing but his transparent body. The battle then ended at that point and faded out along with the music. I'm back in the overworld, with another change to Gold Sprite. He is now as transparent as Red's overworld sprite. I quickly checked Gold's profile, where this time, the only thing remains of him is his head, with a transparent skin. The head was zoomed in a bit, showing black void in his eyes. It now stated that he had 40 badges, and I backed out and checked my Pokemon. They were all level 20 Shiny Unknown, which spelled out no more. I was at what I now know is next to the end. There was apparently no music playing, but for some reason, I felt like something was there that could be heard. I was back in New Barktown. Maybe finally I get to play this game properly. But who am I kidding? I knew that sadistic person must have done something. I walked around the room to interact with things, as I'm a bit afraid to go down the stairs and see what was awaiting down there. Note I said walked, as while the background was moving, Gold Sprite was not moving his transparent limbs at all while doing so, just floating like those ghosts you see in Diamond and Pearl. As expected, the radio, computer, and TV didn't work, so I had no choice but to go downstairs. I ended up in the same lower level room of my house. Everything appears normal, except Mom isn't home. After failing to interact with anything in this room, I decided to go outside. To my surprise, that door leading outside at the south didn't work, and instead, I just walked straight through it to avoid. I continued moving south to see what the hell was going on. My house vanishes as I head south into the void. It was creepy as when I entered the void. The outline on Gold Sprite turned white to contrast the pitch black. Eventually, I reached the white area, and Gold Sprite turned black and transparent again. I continued south, without thinking of stopping at all. After a long trek south, I finally encountered something. It was Gold's regular sprite. I tried to talk to it. He said, "Goodbye forever," and vanished. As that happened, it said, ? Use nightmare. Which at that point, I would not deny that being possible. Gold did another escape rope animation, spinning slowly downwards like before. I'm now back into that small, hollowed out room surrounded by graves earlier. Or at least I say I was back there, as there was no sprite anymore. I tried to walk around, but nothing moved. Not even wall bumping noise. I checked my trainer's profile, with absolutely no gold sprite left. It said I have 0 badges, and all the pictures of the Johto gym leaders at the bottom were replaced with skulls. I checked my Pokemon, which were all level 25 unknown. As expected, it spelled out a phrase that I dared to read. I'm dead. As soon as I went back to the overworld, the room I was in was then covered with the same blocks as the walls. I then figured out what exactly that room was when the final text said R.I.P. ... That room was a big grave, surrounded by other graves. Gold has already been dead. He died, presumably, a few years after he defeated Red. He was a young trainer who, despite his efforts in collecting so many badges and attempts at becoming a Pokemon master, was still unable to avoid the inevitability fate of death. And his efforts were eventually forgotten by the next generation. I was unable to escape from that text, no matter what I pressed. I tried resetting the game, and the same thing happened, at which I finally decided to give up on that horrible nightmare. After that experience, I will never look at the gimmick unknown the same way again. They say that only the first generation have folk tales and legends, but the second generation have shown me how unpleasant the truth can be. I eventually enjoyed Soul Silver immensely, but I still can't unthink what that rigged game has told me.
Misfortune is an unrecognized game for the original Game Boy. To those who know of it and have played it, it's considered one of the scariest video games ever made. The game revolves around what appears to be a little boy who meets a malevolent being in a strange, gothic building. The beginning never gives its name, but it is heavily implied that this is the devil. Upon meeting the creature, a dialogue box appears with text, "I exist within the very fabric of reality. Do you want to challenge me?" This is followed by a yes or no choice. Should the player choose yes, the being replies, "Then let it begin." The player is then transported to a series of maze-like rooms, each filled with a pit drop, locked doors, keys, and traps. The object for the player is to survive each room by either reaching the stairs to the next level or solving another kind of puzzle. This can be a riddle or something else, such as picking the correct door. A good example of the level is where 4 small cabins are shown on screen, and the dialogue box appears that reads, "Choose wrong and misfortune will befall your loved ones. Are you ready to play?" Should the player make a mistake or choose a wrong exit, the screen will cut to black for a second before showing a screen of a higher resolution of the demon with a dialogue box underneath that reads, "I am God here," with blood-styled writing, possibly being the inspiration of creepypastas such as the well-known Sonic.exe. Some people who played this game and lost suddenly began to suffer from depression, and there were several cases in which people committed suicide after losing the game. Other people became jittery in their everyday life, and some became physically sick. However, if they were able to complete the challenges, they seemed to continue their everyday life with no change. Also, if a player was to make a mistake in-game, that would lead to game over, but the player quickly turned the Game Boy off, they would suffer no repercussions. It appeared to be that viewing the game over screen was responsible. This led the few people who know of the game to wonder exactly why losing the game would cause such drastic effects. The answer was the music. The music in this game was generally mature, and although being limited to the 8-bit Game Boy sound, the music was very dark and disturbing at best. However, the I Am God game over screen had especially disturbing, disharmonic music that accompanied it, and it is believed that this was the cause of the misfortune to the player. It consisted of deep buzzy sounds and off-key melody, and the general sound of the music was damaging to the brainwave patterns. Many people who have heard about this game but never actually played it have asked about how they can get their hands on a copy and why it's never been heard of, at least for the most part. It seemed that searching for the game online has come up short, and all that exists are recordings of the game music and a few screenshots. Not even a copy of the ROM seemed to be available via various ROM sites. Well, if you're wondering where you can get a copy, if you're a hardcore Game Boy cartridge or even a ROM collector, chances are you already have it. If you've gone through your collection of classic Game Boy cartridges and are certain it isn't there, I advise looking again. Not at the cartridges, but inside them. Misfortune was never released on its own cartridge, and some people noticed that many sprites and textures in Misfortune were rehashed from other games of a similar gameplay style. A few people who played on the Game Boy ROMs noticed something about certain games that didn't make sense. In some games, mainly games like Zelda or Pokemon, people discovered that glitches and sometimes a certain sequence of events and choices warped them to misfortune. Unfortunately, there's very little information on this on the internet, possibly due to the small minority of people who have actually known of this game. Probably due to how hard it is to find. However, do not be disheartened by that. There may not be much of the game, but there is something if you dig deep enough. Don't expect to find information on the top of your searches. One thing that does seem certain, however, is that it appears to be within the ROMs as well as the cartridges. It is uncertain how many Game Boy games actually contain Misfortune, but some of the known games are listed below. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening, Pokemon Red, Spud's Adventure, Poochie Carrot. The only question this leaves is why Misfortune is hidden. And not only hidden, but in so many different games which seem to have no connection with each other. A few rumors have been floating around that due to the game's disturbing nature and its curse to harm people who lose at it, it was never allowed to be released, and perhaps Nintendo hid it inside of other titles for that same reason. But this seems extremely unlikely due to Nintendo's very strict rule on what's acceptable and what isn't. And it's impossible that they would allow a game like this to be incorporated in their popular titles in secret. Even though it was never made clear how to access this game or why it is there, it is still considered the scariest game ever made by the few people in the world that have discovered it.
When I was 17, my best friend, Mike, kept a YouTube channel for Let's Plays. He was a fan of old and not so well-known games, most of which he played on a PSX emulator on his laptop. The channel wasn't particularly popular. He had about 30 subscribers, most of which were just his friends. I used to watch his videos for a few minutes when I got in from school to raise his views and help him out. He was as entertaining as any game commentator, I guess, but some channels just don't lift off. We took the same chemistry class and sat next to each other in it every morning at school. One day, he asked me if I heard of a game called LSD Dream Emulator. I hadn't. He concluded that if I hadn't heard of it, it was definitely obscure enough for his channel. He had uploaded some videos of it that night. It was a very peculiar game. The objective seemed to be only to walk around various Japanese environments, colliding with things that transported the player to other environments. Various animals and people glided through the game, usually taking no notice of the player, although there was one NPC known as the Grey Man. He was, as the name would suggest, a grey man in a hat and coat. He tended to appear without warning and slide sullenly towards the player. If the player got too close, the screen would flash white and he would disappear. Each time this happened, Mike would gasp, then nervously laugh it off and continue playing. The gameplay was divided up into days. Each day lasted only a few minutes, after which the player would be taken back to the menu and prompted to start a new dream. Mike had played up to day 12 over the course of a week, and had clearly enjoyed the game, as it was apparent in his videos. He seemed immersed in it, almost captivated by it. However, one night, he posted a bulletin on his YouTube channel stating, "You know it's time to stop when the grey man pops up in your real dreams. What should I play next?" I wasn't fazed by this casual joke, and he told me in chemistry the following morning that he was mainly stopping because he just wanted to play something new to him. I'd have recommended something, but an exam was nearing and I wanted to concentrate on my work. I suggested that he take a short break from YouTube and do the same. He agreed that this was a good idea, and we arranged to meet at his house that evening to revise. Sadly, with several chemistry textbooks, I walked through town that evening to his house. The lights were on, but there was no reply when I knocked. Out of politeness, I waited a minute before I knocked again. This time, it opened instantly. Mike stood in the doorway, his hair wet, looking extremely shaken. Without saying a word, he led me to his room, where various papers and books were spread across his desk. He seemed surprised to see them. After a few minutes of pretending to read while actually curious as to why he was so anxious and jumpy, I finally said, "What's wrong?" To which he mumbled some incomprehensible response. My efforts continued until he finally confided in me. He said that about 10 minutes before I arrived, he had fallen asleep in the bath and had a dream. He said that in the dream, he was drowning under the bathwater, completely paralyzed and unable to lift his head for air. The quivering silhouette of the grey man towered over the water, watching him. I sympathized that this may have caused a few seconds of distress when he woke up. but could not understand why he was still petrified. I tried to comfort him, but he sensed that I didn't understand, grabbed my shoulders and screamed at me. It lasted for weeks. 10 minutes I was asleep. I was choking underwater in that dream for weeks, and I couldn't die. Mike grew increasingly distant after that. We exchanged no words in our chemistry lesson, and he began to look extremely unwell. His eyes became pink and sunken into his head, surrounded by purple rings. Over a week, his neat writing deteriorated into careless scrawl, until he stopped writing completely, and instead spent the duration of the lessons with his head buried in his hands. Occasionally, he would fall asleep in this position and wake up several minutes later shrieking furiously and pounding the table with his fists. After 2 instances of this, he was removed from the lessons and taken to be educated in private. But after his refusal to sleep made him too tired to be angry, he returned to normal lessons and sat through them, completely motionless. I found new friends, and he existed as a shell of a human being. It was around this time that I saw a new brand of graffiti begin to appear frequently throughout the town on walls and such, resembling a Japanese word or phrase. The placement and colour of the paintings varied greatly. I didn't think much of it at the time. New artistic vandals were always trying to get themselves reputation this way. However, one night, I was walking home from a party with half a bottle of vodka and noticed the moonlight glowing on the fluorescent red of fresh paint. Down a thin alley to my left, I walked down it and found a half-finished piece of graffiti above Mike, who was slumped on the ground, weeping, with a can of spray paint rolling away from his hand. I sighed, sat next to him, and offered him a drink of my vodka. He drank a very large amount of it and handed the bottle back to me, wheezing. His eyes were closed. I don't think he knew where he was. I can't rest. What? I go to sleep and I wake up in another version of where I was. It's exactly the same, except he's there, torturing me. What does that mean, Mike? I indicated the Japanese symbols above him, but all he did was hang his head lower. The pain doesn't stop when I wake up. Mike didn't speak again for half an hour, and I eventually persuaded him to go home. He stood up and stumbled into the night. I found a completed piece of graffiti on the next street and took a picture of it with my phone, then went home myself. The next day, I googled list of Japanese symbols and matched letters to the Japanese alphabet on the image on my phone in order to get typed symbols I could search for. This took a good while, as the Japanese alphabet is extensive and, to me, all the symbols look very similar. After I finished finding the symbols, I entered them into Google. It turned out to be the Japanese name of the Violence District, a region in the LSD game consisting of dark city streets littered with graffiti and corpses lying on the ground, hanging by the neck from lampposts or headless. I'd seen Mike encounter this area many times in his videos. I woke up in the middle of the night to find Mike standing in the corner of my room, a hood hiding the stone dead face I'd grown to associate with him. His laptop was under his arm, and he placed it on my bed, telling me to delete the game, delete the videos, and delete the YouTube channel. I asked why he couldn't, and he replied, "I don't want to touch them," before climbing out of the window he had entered through. Too bewildered to get back to sleep, I opened his laptop and did what he had said. I deleted all the videos from his documents folder and cancelled his YouTube account, which was signed into automatically. Then I noticed the file psxfin.exe on his desktop. I double-clicked to run the PlayStation 1 emulator and opened up the LSD Dream Emulator CD image into it. I then loaded his file, which was still at day 12. Mike was clearly unstable, I figured. Many people had played the game and been unharmed. I could easily do the same. I continued where Mike left off and wandered aimlessly through the dream worlds as he had done. The game was very strange, as I remembered from the videos. Perhaps even a little unsettling. But after I shut off the laptop, my state of mind was completely normal. The one thing that had confused me somewhat was that I had played another 6 days of the game and not encountered the Grey Man at all. Regardless, I drifted off to sleep. I dreamed that night that I was on the brown mountain that I had seen in the game, against the dark green sky with thick fog. Nearby was a poorly rendered figure facing away from me. It was difficult to tell through the fog and simple graphics, but it appeared to be wearing a green parka and blue jeans, like Mike. I was unable to move, and it slowly glided towards me, though facing away from me. Finally, it turned around, and I saw a still image of Mike's smiling face plastered across the sphere of the figure's head before I woke up. Mike wasn't at school the next day, or the day after, or the day after that. I had started my own file of LSD Dream Emulator and continuously saw the Grey Man, concluding that there was no issue with that copy of the game. And yet, he never appeared on Mike's file. I frequently searched the internet and asked fans of the game why the Grey Man would stop appearing. Each of them insisted that this wouldn't happen, and that at that point in the game, the player should expect to meet up with the Grey Man at least once per dream. The police knocked on my door that weekend, asking if I knew anything of Mike's whereabouts, or if I knew what had been troubling him. I calmly replied that we didn't talk much anymore, putting the whole situation out of my mind. I started thinking about my future and concentrating on getting a good chemistry grade. A couple of weeks later, they found him in the woods a few miles out of town. Forensics concluded that he had bludgeoned himself to death with a rock very soon after the day he went missing. I dream about him sometimes.
Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust my computer, I need to organize my thoughts. I need to get all the details down somewhere objective, somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that happens, it's just that everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange. I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying that he'd talk to me when he got back from the store, and that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception is terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm gonna go outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt, though, because it was lunchtime, and I guessed that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't end up happening. I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me, for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure that nobody even knows those machines are down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving in to the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for a moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. The city gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew that it was the unique kind of late-night wind. The kind that was constant, cold, and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds and then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I had gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then, finally, a voice came.
"Hey,"
said a clear male voice, obviously college age like me.
"Who is this?"
It's John," I replied.
"Oh, sorry. Wrong number,"
he replied, and then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received call list, but the number was unfamiliar. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time I held the phone up to my ear but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then a familiar voice broke my tension.
John?
Was the single word in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it's you, I replied.
Who else would it be?
She responded.
Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street, and my phone died just as you called me. This is someone else's phone, obviously.
Oh, okay, I said.
Where are you?
She asked. My eyes washed over the drab, whitewashed cylinder block walls and heavy metal door with its small window. I'm at my building, I sighed. Just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize it was so late.
You should come here,
she said, laughing. Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night, I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that scared me just a tiny bit. I think I'm just gonna keep working or go to bed.
Nonsense. I can come get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?
How drunk are you? I asked, lightheartedly. You know where I live.
Oh, of course. I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?
You could if you wanted to waste half an hour, I told her.
Right. Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work.
I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then, the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls in the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had the sudden inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was rational, but nobody else was around. So I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could while still staying silent. Like I said, I felt a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Recording this helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from the wrong number. Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another's. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know it could have just been the alcohol she'd had, or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it... Yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until this moment. I knew recording things would help. She said she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could just have gone outside to make the phone call. But no, that couldn't be it either, because I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Monday. I forgot to finish recording last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out of the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seems heavy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm gonna check my email and shave and shower and finally get out of here. But wait, I think I heard something. Oh, it was thunder. It was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs, and only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing waters as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim light filtered in through the rain, but at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make out anything more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves washing down the window. Disappointment. I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs and past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters the light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with, but... I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange, fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient, forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed. The old grainy blue wood looked like rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me. Then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the 3rd floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large, thin glass window. Rain washed down it, as with the front door's windows. But I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately. So I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored, and it's raining, and I'm going stir-crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the 3rd floor by any means, so instead, I'm going to hide it between the 2 soda machines in the dark end of the basement hallway. I'm going to run the wire along the wall and under the door, put some black duct tape over the wire and blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway walls. And I know this is silly, but I don't have anything. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to stairwell door, steeled myself, and then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. I just wish the camera's position was different so that I could see out the front door. Hey, someone's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. And I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I feel much better. My strange fear has almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that everything has seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing that he said, or no particular name or place or event, but he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go to. And I do love pizza. I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days. So, I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should delete this recording when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god. I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes. Don't trust them. They." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shocked me, and I keep going over them again and again. Is it a desperate email sent just as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something, but the words, "Seen with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I've not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, and so vague, so eerie. Now that I think about it, was it eerie, or is the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events that I've recorded here, pointing out that I've not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name, and the subsequent strange return call from Amy. The friend that asked for my email address, I messaged him first when I saw that he was online, and then I got my first email a few minutes after that conversation. Oh my god. The phone call with Amy, I said over the phone, I said that I was within half an hour's walk of 7th Street. They know where I am. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone? Why haven't I seen or heard from anyone else in days? No. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to every corner to see if I could get a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number in my list. Not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears, I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was, or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough, and if I brought my cell phone down even an inch, I lost signal. Then I remembered the computer, then rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer, and nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything at that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment looking for something that I might have missed, some way to contact another human being without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded, but what if? What if? I just need to be sure. I taped my phone to the ceiling in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran into the bathroom, stood on the toilet and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me, and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I'm definitely deleting this journal before anyone hears it. I don't even know why I'm still recording this. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had at all since God knows when. I look like hell, too. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just look generally unhealthy. My apartment's trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I'm not one to imagine things. I know I've been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night or in the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything was perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up just before I recorded this, and it's on in the background. Television has always been an escape for me. It reminds me that there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the only one who responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years now. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I felt like I spent days sitting in that playground. Much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around and doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes. And it reminds me that this damn place is not all there is. Finally, a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera I hid between the two soda machines. And I figured it was just bad positioning. Like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines, because I was embarrassed myself that I had taken this paranoia so far. And after I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. She smiled and waved.
Hey,
she said to the camera brightly, giving it a wry look. It's weird, I know, I said into the mic attached to my computer. I've had a weird few days.
Must have, she replied. Open the door, John.
I hesitated. How could I be sure? Hey, humor me for just a second here, I told her through the mic. Tell me one thing about us, just to prove to me that you're you. She gave the camera a weird look.
All right,
she said, slowly thinking.
We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there.
I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I had been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I'd never even mentioned it to anyone. Not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange, secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way they could know about that day. All right, I'll explain everything, I told her. Be right out. I ran to my small bathroom and fixed my hair as best I could. It looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess that I'd made of the place. I walked to the door, put my hand on the doorknob, and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground and the overflowing trash bin. In the bed, I tipped to the side, looking for God knows what. I almost turned the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam. The one I used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side. Its lens pointed at the table where the journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me as I realized that if something could see through that camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought they or it didn't know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in if not her? Well, what the hell was out there? I saw her on my computer, though. I heard her on the speakers through the camera outside. But was it real? How could I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. Friday. At least, I think it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there that could have been accessed by network access, or worse, or altered. I'm a programmer, I know. My name, my email, my location. None of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back at the beginning, with the phone call from Amy, she was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I keep running through it in my head. One point of view says that I've acted like a madman, and all of this is the extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right time by pure luck. Never seeing another person by pure chance. Getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that the extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten me already. I keep thinking, I never opened the window on the third floor. I never opened the front door until that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything's out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason it wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere, getting everyone else. And then it waited, until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work until it called me and asked me my name. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off. Was it from someone trying to get word out? Was some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes. Don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. Practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have had some solid presence. The door, the image of those doors in the upper hallway as guardian monoliths flashes back into my mind every time I trace this path of thoughts. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through doors. I keep thinking back over all the books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense focus of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals of some special importance. Or perhaps the door is just too thick. I know I couldn't bash through any sort of door in this building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could have done it in a number of ways, including just waiting until I starved to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door that I need a minute to think and then I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia, and yes, I recognize I'm being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways their voices could have been faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing if I decided to think this has all been some crazy misunderstanding and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said I have something called cyber psychosis, and that I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear, he said it got through somehow. I think he means spread throughout the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I am part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about the eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against his paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too, with my texts and instant messages online to everyone I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent him. Something they might interpret in any way they want. Something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent and that's our downfall. We draw conclusions so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything. In fact, I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or some consciousness or some being out there wants me to open the door so it can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish to stay in here until I starve to death, just to spite the entity that might have gotten everyone else. It would be foolish to think that after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last people alive on an empty world. hiding in my secure basement room, spiting some unthinkable, deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've seen or heard, and I have every reason in the world to let all my fears go and open the door. And that's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All of these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen source, they're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light. The door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using to simulate the sound of men attacking a heavy wood door so well? Well, at least I'll finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes. Can it? Seen with your own eyes. No, don't trust them. They... Wait. Was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes? Or warning me about my eyes too? Oh my God. What's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electronic signals. They're both the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to be sure. Day unknown. I calmly ask for a pen and paper, day in and day out, until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I going to do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figure this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time, because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead, or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall, day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think that it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallway, on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it's real. None of it gets to me. Not like she does. And that's the worst part. The part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy, feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable facsimile of tears that it makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she always loved me, that it didn't understand why I did this, that we could still have a life together if only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, too real. The false Amy used to come every day, and then every week, and then finally stopped coming altogether. But I don't think the entity will give up. I think of the waiting game as just another of its gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life. I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I'm a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments that wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient, once more, that he was wrong and that there was nobody trying to deceive him.
Hello everyone. As per popular demand, today I want to talk about I Hate You, a Super Mario World creepypasta written by the well-known author Slimebeast. It was originally posted on December 10th, 2012, to the Insidious Bog Leech forums, an old website dedicated to internet horror. This one is a little different from Coronation Day or the Mario creepypasta, because while those were both ROM hacks that spawned stories and theories around them after the fact, this one originated as a story, and fans of the story made games and ROM hacks based on it later on. But let's get into it. The story begins with an unusual but interesting hook in which the author firmly clarifies that this is not a story about a haunted game that's going to break the fourth wall or start doing impossible, supernatural things, but instead is simply about a hidden level he found in the game. A level he believes Nintendo always meant for someone out there to find. He goes on to explain a bit about his backstory. He received his first computer in 1996 as a birthday present, and soon after became addicted to piracy. In particular, he was obsessed with Super Mario World. He downloaded a ROM and found himself playing it over and over again. For more than 10 years, his favorite time-wasting hobby was speeding through the game, saying that there was something comforting about it, and that he must have beaten it thousands of times. It stopped being comforting, however, when the game seemed to change. One day, while he was playing the sunken ship level toward the end of the game, he found that the pipe that normally leads out of the area was blocked by a ghost enemy, also known as a boo. The author knew from years of playing the game that there should not be a boo there at all, but there were other details that made this even weirder. The boo was missing its eyes, causing it to appear blind. And normally in Mario games, the boos will chase after you when you face away from them, but this one made no reaction to the player at all, which almost makes sense in a way. If this one's blind, then how could it possibly know whether or not you were looking at it? The boo may have been blocking the pipe, but something else was new as well. Nearby, there was a key and a keyhole, allowing the player to complete the level using an alternate exit. The author comments that all of this made him feel like he was playing a bad ROM hack, but since he knew he loaded the same ROM file that he's always used, this was impossible. He then considers the possibility that he played the game so much that the ROM file somehow became corrupted from overuse. He used the key on the keyhole to get the secret exit, and a new path opened on the overworld, resembling a whirlpool. When he moved over the new level tile, several weird things happened. The cave entrance to the Valley of Bowser changed to look as though it was bleeding from the eyes, and the new level had the name, Oh God, No. The author tried to rationalize this by pointing out that the original game's special zone has level names with a somewhat similar tone to them, such as Outrageous and Awesome, so maybe this was an unused name from that world. But what he had a harder time explaining was the shocked and fearful expression that appeared on Mario's face. He entered the level and found himself entering what initially looked to be an underwater castle. After the starting animation ended, the area simply looked to be a long, cramped hallway. Still unsure of whether or not this was some sort of glitch, the author ran along the hallway for what felt like 10 to 20 minutes, curious to see what would happen next. Eventually, a few more of the blind boos appeared on the dark top half of the screen, until that area was eventually littered with them. Just like the first one, they still made no move to chase Mario, but the author did notice that they seemed to shudder slightly whenever he jumped, as though the ghosts heard the sound. What happened next, however, was enough to finally convince the author that this was a level designed for the purpose of messing with the player. A large Bonsai Bill enemy appeared on screen, but with a deranged expression on its face, and with blood dripping from its eye and mouth. It was also positioned in such a way that it would be impossible for a typical player to escape it. Fortunately for the author, since he was playing on an emulator, he was able to turn on a Game Genie cheat code to make himself permanently invincible. Though he turned back and let the so-called Bleeding Bill chase him for a while, so he could get a better look at it. But when he finally decided he'd had enough, and walked through the enemy to kill it, and head back to the right, he soon spotted a message that wasn't there the first 2 times he passed by. I hate you. This message was proof enough to the author that this level was something that players were, at some point, meant to find, but he couldn't figure out the angle. Did the message come from Bowser? From the ghosts? Why did it seem to be written in blood? Eventually, the blind boos stopped appearing, and he found the same I hate you message a second time as a group of big boos appeared. He initially felt happy to see some new enemies, but when he moved forward and turned his back to them, these ghosts actually did start chasing him, which revealed that their faces looked more gleeful and demented than usual, and with an absurd amount of graphical detail in their throats. As this happened, a new bloody message appeared in the dark. Why won't you die? The author waited for the big boos to come near him, making use of his invincibility cheat code so that the enemies would die when they touched him. No matter how the game tried to scare him, the power of cheating would always make him invulnerable to it. After this, creepy things stopped appearing, and he ran down the corridor for a little longer before a pipe on the floor allowed him to move on. The next room was an underwater area, being the first area in the level so far to fit with the whirlpool theme advertised on the overworld. This room gave him a block containing a mushroom, before going on to feature a series of thwomps, enemies known for falling from the ceiling and hitting the floor when the player comes near. These ones, however, were arranged closely together in a long row, and appeared to have no rhyme or reason as to how and when they stomped the ground. They just relentlessly crushed over and over again. They were also covered in blood, presumably from their previous victims, causing the author to refer to them as very successful thwomps. The author slowly walked through this area, so that each and every one of the thwomps would touch him and die, and he guessed that there were close to 30 of them in total. As he did this, he noticed that Mario seemed to slide slightly while walking, the way he would on ice. It seemed like he was slipping on the blood. After the author passed the thwomps, he ended up in a wider corridor that had spikes lining the floor and the ceiling. At first, this seemed fairly normal, and the author even started trying to have a little bit of fun with the hack. But that feeling faded when a bunch of gross, dead Mario sprites appeared, impaled by the spikes. It was at this point that the author began feeling confident in piecing together what was going on. The Mario sprites and the blood underneath the thwomps represented past players, or Mario's previous lives. He believed that it was meant to show the player the consequences of being careless with Mario's fragile life. The author seemed impressed by the work and thought that was put into the creepiness, but the level went from disturbing to outright terrifying when the sprites began floating toward the player. Despite the fact that the invincibility cheat was still enabled, the author refused to let the ghouls touch Mario, so he swam as fast as he could until he reached a purple exit pipe and escaped the room. By the time he reached the exit, there were about 10 of the things nearby. After this, he found himself in an empty corridor. with no enemies, no decorations, and nothing to be afraid of. It was boring, but comfortably so. It gave the author a sense of safety again, that lasted up until he reached the end of the hall, where a boss door awaited, right next to an incredibly weird-looking mushroom. We'll never know what it may have done, because, as the author simply puts it, I didn't touch that shit. So he walked through the door and found himself on a bridge. The background was the usual castle boss background, with the exception of a creepy, shadowy figure watching from one of the windows. The author lost control of the player, and the game turned into a cutscene. Mario looked back and forth around the room for a while, before a familiar face appeared on screen. Luigi. He looked angry, and Mario looked horrified to see him. Luigi spoke. "You thought Koopa worked alone?" The author finally believed he realized the truth of what was going on. Everything that's happened in the games has been the work of Luigi, working with Bowser, out of jealousy of Mario's fame and fortune. As the author explains, he's always been Mario's second banana, the player 2, the one who doesn't get the princess in these early games. No matter how identical he is to Mario in skill set and ability, and tenaciousness and bravery, at the end of the day, the game is Super Mario Brothers, and he's just the brother. The cutscene continued as Luigi began stomping on Mario. The scene went on like this for a while, causing the author to feel a sense of hopelessness and sorrow, before the scene's twist ending revealed itself. As Luigi was distracted with a victory pose, Mario got back to his feet, took his brother by surprise, and fought back, regaining the upper hand and ultimately knocking Luigi into the lava. As he sank into the fiery abyss, one last cry escaped his lips. "Oh God, no!" echoing the title of the level. The rest of the cutscene showed Mario sitting on the edge of the bridge and crying, before the screen faded to black. The scene gave the author the impression that Luigi's death was for good, and this was reinforced by the fact that the game immediately went back to normal, and he wasn't even able to revisit the mystery level that he had just played. After this, the author continued the game to find the rest of it the same as how he always remembered. The levels were unchanged, and even the final boss was familiar. The one exception was the final image that appears when you beat the game. The once happy family photo type image of Mario, Luigi, and the princess now looked like this. And that's the story of the I Hate You creepypasta. Fans of my channel know that this is usually the part where I dive into other clues and other files related to the story, but this time around, the story is self-contained, and also fairly self-explanatory. Luigi has been secretly working with Bowser out of resentment for his brother, he had been the one responsible for the threatening messages, and the existence of this level was Nintendo's way of secretly telling the audience this story. I'm not sure, however, what the significance is of the Boos being blind, or the Big Boos appearing angrier and deep-throated. The detail I find most interesting is the shadowy figure that appears in the window. Who is that supposed to be? The princess? Bowser? Someone else? It reminds me a lot of the aliens that appear in the background in certain areas of Super Mario Galaxy 2. Could it be breaking the fourth wall to represent the player? Or Nintendo staff members spectating the fight? Or is it just some random thing meant to be creepy for the sake of being creepy? Well, I'll pull back the curtain a bit and say that while I welcome theories on this in the comments, I wouldn't be too surprised if there wasn't any intention behind this. On the day Slimebeast first posted the story, he said in the forums that it was written mainly as a joke, and on his website, he even directly calls it satire. It's not a story that was really meant to be taken seriously, and so most people don't take it seriously. There are a lot of problems with the story, not least of which being that the whole permanent invincibility thing removes a lot of the tension, as well as the reliance on blood. In fact, Part of the reason why the story spread around was because of videos riffing on it, such as the one by Retsupre. One Retsupre fan I know, Ursanio, who actually used to be an administrator for SMW Central, released a pretty good ROM hack in 2016 that recreated the story. I recently streamed myself playing it, along with an EXE version that was less good.
Okay. Oh, it kills me. Ouija time! Oh, what? I broke it. This is the super paper Oh, gee, what the fuck? Alright, that one got me.
The ROM version by Ursan is honestly very nicely done, and while it's mostly accurate to the story, it takes some artistic liberties in ways that make the hack more fun to play. The hallways are much shorter, so it doesn't actually take you 10 minutes to walk through them, and the cutscene at the end of the level has been replaced with an actual boss fight, complete with a health system from Mega Man X. Also, when you touch the mystery mushroom that the author ignored, this happens.
Oh. It just kills you. You're... Okay. You're next with the... And the blood! Alright, I wasn't expecting that. Awesome.
Also, after finishing the level, we're taken to the end screen immediately, with some eerie music playing in the background. Huh. The music sounds kind of familiar. I wonder what it would sound like if I speed it up and reverse it. Oh my god. This is the scariest thing so far.
I huffed and puffed under my breath as I stared into God's mouth. I felt like the big bad wolf ready to interrupt the innocent little pigs as they hurriedly fortified their makeshift homes. I grinned at the thought, and then turned my head to look for Margaret. She was a couple feet down the hill from the entrance of the cave, holding a walking stick close to her petite breasts. "Hurry up!" I called down to her. I turned back to the cave, still grinning. An old, rotted sign outside read God's Mouth Cave. Keep out. What a tired cliché. Margaret finally made it to the entrance and stood beside me, almost doubled over and out of breath. I looked down and smiled. "Check it out!" I laughed. God's mouth. Wonder where Jesus' anus is. I chuckled to myself. Margaret was less amused.
"Give me the damn water bottle."
The open bottle met her lips, and for a moment, I felt peaceful in a way, watching her drink the water. Actually, I take that back. The peaceful comment, I mean. It was more of a feeling that was sort of hard to put my finger on, or give a name, but I could settle for a nice content. Content seemed to be one of those words that manifest itself when natural human words seem to fail. Again, an utter cliché, but it felt good to feel a strange, mixed-up sort of happy for once. I sighed and turned my flashlight on. I pointed it into the cave. Black. God's mouth. It seemed like the anesthesis of the Holy Spirit. I turned again to Margaret. "You ready?" I asked. She was finally standing straight up. She nodded. I clapped a friendly hand on her back, and we walked into God's mouth. The inside was not unlike the preview that I had glimpsed outside with my flashlight. Dark, dismal, and endlessly black. It seemed to stretch endlessly, no matter how I positioned my flashlight. The rocky terrain was damp and imposing. The last natural light source disappeared behind Margaret and I as we made our way deeper and deeper. I found it strange how soft and compelling the world around me now appeared, despite the stalactites and stalagmites, and other various rock formations being so jagged. It seemed that even among the pointed teeth of God, I could lay down and rest there forever. It was comfortable. Apparently, Margaret didn't agree. She shivered uncontrollably under my arm. I raised my eyebrows. "Need your coat?" I asked. I tried to look at her and make nonverbal communication as explicit as possible, until I realized that we were lost in inky blackness of the mouth. I bit my lip and waited, but she didn't respond. For a couple minutes we walked in silence. She stopped and stood motionless. I stopped too.
Why the hell are we even here?
She sounded irritated. I shrugged, more to appease myself than her, and shoved my flashlight under my face. Bladed shadows obscured half of my face, and the other half illuminated in a wretched mask. "Spooky!" I cried, chuckling. She didn't move. "I thought you wanted to go," I said. I noticed how my voice echoed against the cave walls at my volume. I began again, scratching my chin. "You did say that you wanted to go and see some nature for our vacation, and you did sound impressed when I told you about my visit to Mammoth Cave a couple years back, so..." My voice trailed off. I could still sense her irritation.
No, you wanted to go here. I wanted to go to a beach or something, but no. A cave, Nathan!
She sounded more like the big bad wolf now.
I know you have this weird fetish for spelunking or something, but I don't really want to be dragged into it. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to go on a trip and get into nature and fresh air, but this is cave air, not fresh air. This air is practically fermentating. Plus, isn't this illegal? Can we please just leave?
We both stood there. The only sound that could be heard was the electricity in the air being stifled and smothered by the damp atmosphere. Finally, I began to walk. I didn't hear Margaret follow me, but I kept moving forward. And then...
Nathan, stop. Please stop.
So I stopped. I could hear her moving closer to me.
I'm sorry. I'm tired, and I'm not used to running and climbing around and the like. I'm just tired.
It's okay. She gripped my arm. Really, it's fine. I shook my head.
Which way is out? I don't remember.
I could feel Margaret physically pause. Neither of us could remember. Somehow in the confusion of our argument, I'd forgotten which way we had been moving. Idiot, I thought to myself. I should have brought a goddamn rope or something to trail from the entrance of the cave. I had to take action, so without much thought, I turned 180 degrees and said, "This way." We walked for what seemed to be hours. My feet were tired and sore, and I could hear Margaret groaning from behind me. She held my hand tightly. I felt terrible. This was my fault. Then I froze. Hey, put your hand out. Feel this rock. I could hear Margaret's bare palm press against the stone. Isn't this, abnormally warm? She didn't say anything. I began to work my way along the wall, feeling it as I went, shining the flashlight in front of me. Suddenly I felt a sharp pain on my head as the ceiling of the god's mouth met with my scalp. Ah, shit!
Nick! Are you okay?
She seemed on the verge of panic now. I'm fine. Please, calm down. We'll get out of here soon, I promise. I started again, pointing my flashlight upwards, now to see the ceiling above me. It seemed to be getting narrower. That was strange. "Listen, Margaret, babe," I said through clenched teeth. "I think we gotta turn around." Margaret sighed next to me. Again, we walked for a decent length. I kept my flashlight pointed upwards this time. Sure enough, the space in the cave seemed to become smaller and smaller. If there was any resonating light left in the god's mouth aside from my flashlight, I'm sure Margaret would have been able to see the whites of my eyes, spreading in panic. We were completely lost. I let go of Margaret's hand and began to feverishly feel my way along the walls.
No! Nathan!
I kept going. We had to get out. If we were lost, nobody would be able to find us. I kept feeling along the wall until I abruptly hit a corner. Fuck! Margaret, there seems to be a dead end. I spun around on my heel. Margaret? No answer. Shit! I began to repeat my process again, almost running as I felt the wall run past my fingertips. Cool, damp rocks and jagged spears. Suddenly I found myself at a corner again. Fuck! Margaret! I was belting her name out now, in the corner of the cave's maw where I'd been thwarted so many times already. I heard a noise. It sounded like muffled static from a television. I pressed my ear against the rock. It seemed to be getting even warmer now. I heard the faint sounds of Margaret on the other side of the rock. She was screaming. No. I began running haphazardly into the walls around me. With dawning realization came a wave of sheer horror. There was no entrance. There was no exit. Only these 4 corners and me. I could feel blood begin to trickle from the cut I managed to get by bashing my body into the cave walls. They were closing in on me. They were coming in for the kill, and soon they would be pressing in on my skull and crushing my ribcage. I sat there for hours waiting for death. My flashlight was becoming dim and blinking. Finally, I felt the soft touch of these rocky walls press against my back. I began to cry as I lay down on the ground. I let my flashlight roll on the small hills of stone. As I quietly stayed prone, tears dripped down my face. I turned and looked at the flashlight. Its last fading beams of light pointed at something not far away from my face. I squinted in the darkness. My eyes widened, and I felt tears fall even harder from my face. The rocks were piercing my skin now, and blood dripped from all sides. There, in the last light of my flashlight, was the appetizer. The spotlight shone on a hand whose nails were painted red. And I screamed in agony as I watched the god's mouth chew its latest meal.
For her birthday, I took my girl Katie to Arizona so that we could stay with some friends of her and spend a few weeks partying and getting crazy and stuff before heading back to school for the year. We drove up in my dad's car. It's a really old Ford make, and it's pretty beat up. The road there was bumpy and long. Our relationship seemed at its strongest on the road. We were really in love. That was the first time I realized that I had never truly been in love before. And we were about halfway there when we realized that we were going to run out of gas long before the nearest petrol pump.
Katie's head was out the window, sunglasses on, and the blistering heat outside. Nothing but the wild desert landscape to be seen in all directions. We became frantic. We hadn't seen another car on the road in almost an hour. What if we broke down out here, in the middle of the desert, with no food or water, with no one out to find us? I sped up slightly, driven by these fears. It was then that we came across a gas station, smack bang in the middle of nowhere, in dry, empty nowhere. It was an old, worn-down servo. Long yellow grass blew in the breeze beneath it. Outside were 2 rusted gas pumps. At first, we didn't know if it was occupied. It seemed so lifeless. But as we pulled up and saw the petrol stains on the dirt, we were convinced otherwise. Katie started refilling the car, and I went inside to pay and grab something to eat on the road. When I first went to open the door, it jammed. This perturbed me, so I looked up at the sign to check and was reassured that the store was open, according to the torn sign that hung in between the dull yellow curtains at the door window. I pushed harder and harder. With effort, got into the shop. Inside, it was totally abandoned and left to ruin. Complete aisles lay on the ground. The fridges were smashed and glass coated the floor. Despite the brightness outside, the interior of the gas station was dark and bitterly cold. Then came from behind me this quiet weeping, like a child's. I felt my heart race. It was coming from the back room. I stepped over the smashed glass and twisted metal remnants on the floor, over where the patches of grass had grown through. I ran my hand along the wall and felt the crisscross of ivy beneath my fingers. It was overgrown. There came the crying again, and now I was facing the back room door. It was directly in front of me. I pushed the door open, and it creaked with rust in its joints. Inside, there lay several wooden steps into the basement. It was pitch black, and the smell was horrific. The drip-drop of water alerted me to the fact that the basement was flooded. The water was up to my knees again. There came the crying, and the small splash in the far corner of the basement. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone there?" I started approaching the corner. The smell was horrible, and cold water eventually got to me. The sobbing was getting louder. In the corner, I swore I saw something move against the shadows. "Hello?" I called again. "What's wrong?" I finally reached the corner. Still dark, I had to bend down to avoid the pipes, which leaked down my back and trickled down my spine. The figure in front of me was very small and black, hunched over, sobbing quietly, head in its hands. "Why are you down here?" I whispered. And then it stopped moving completely. It was totally still. All noise seemed to cease, but for the quiet dripping of a broken pipe somewhere behind me. I outstretched my arm to touch its tiny shoulder, but it then began to turn in my direction, to look me eye to eye. As its face swiveled around to look into mine, I remember screaming and swinging my head up in recoil, cracking it on the pipes above. The face was white as a sheet, pale like a hideous moving mask. The eyes and mouth were completely black holes, huge and widening even as I looked at them. They were so huge they almost consumed its entire face. As I desperately tried to escape, it splashed towards me at rapid speeds, curling its long, thin fingers. It was wailing now, staring into me with its huge black eyes as I scrambled up the stairs with great difficulty. As I felt my legs begin to give way beneath me, it sprinted out of the water and up the stairs towards me. I slammed the door, flipped the lock, and tore out of the store into the old Ford. Katie began to laugh when she saw me, jeans wet, trembling, with sweat soaking my chest, but I grabbed her and screamed at her to drive. For about half an hour, I could barely tell her what happened in the store. She listened and gave me a look of sheer horror when I finally gave in and told her everything. She pulled the car to the side of the road and began to cry herself. I asked her what was wrong. She said, "I saw something while you were gone. When you were in the store, I was just putting the pump back when I saw this little girl and a man, her father, I guess. The father stared at me with blank eyes and a hanging jaw, but the girl... Oh God, the girl. She was staring straight at me, grinning with this huge smile that just stretched so far across her face. I couldn't see any hair on her, and her skin was so dark. Not dark like a colored girl, but dark like a shadow. And her smile just shone through the window. I convinced myself it was a trick of the eye and looked away. When I looked back, they were gone. Then a little while later, you came out. It was dusk by now. We had nowhere to stay. We had not traveled nearly as much as we'd hoped that day, and the nearest motel meant going back past the gas station, so we just drove up from the roadside where we were into a clearing a little ways up, where people camp sometimes. We had obviously come the night after a big party. There was broken glass everywhere when we arrived, however, it was empty. And after a while, I tried to reassure her that we were okay. I calmed her down, put my arms around her, and we started to kiss. I moved to get closer to her when she suddenly screamed like hell itself. "It's her! It's her!" she screeched, fumbling to start up the engine. I turned in time to witness a small black face, grinning literally ear to ear with only blackness inside. It was crawling into the car through my open window with its limbs splayed out like an insect. It had too many limbs, way too many long arms, the fingers feeling my face like antenna. We sped off, back down onto the road. That was what I noticed first. I was too shaken to think much of it, but there were no clouds that could be blotting them out. There was just the vast night sky devoid of all light. Then a few minutes after we had been driving forward, still sweating and breathing heavy, we passed the gas station. My heart skipped a beat. The gas station was at least a half an hour away in the opposite direction. All the lights were on, and I saw the door sliding open. As we shot past it, Katie was in such hysterics. She found it hard to keep driving. We stopped the car in the middle of the desolate road. I decided we should switch seats so that I could drive. She shuffled across from her seat to mine, and I opened the door to get out, and as soon as I was outside, the foul stench of the basement overwhelmed me. I gagged, then vomited down the side of the car. It was then that I noticed the runner. A pale thing sprinting towards us through the fog, its limbs practically a blur. I could make out no face. How long had it been following us, running after us in the night? I got into the driver's seat as quickly as possible. We drove off again, not talking. Katie whimpered, and I silently prayed. And then we passed the gas station again. The door was open now. There were two figures standing at the door waiting. As we forced ourselves on, we both became aware of a soft, barely audible weeping in the back seat. Neither of us dared turn around. "Ignore it," I whispered, my trembling hands gripping the steering wheel. Katie was curled in the fetal position, holding her head in her hands. The wailing increased, becoming extremely loud, ear-piercing, and horrific. Finally, I ordered myself to end it, and I looked behind me. For a split second, I thought it was a girl in a white dress looking back at me, but she was gone as soon as she appeared. I checked the seat carefully. There was nothing. In my tiredness and fear, I'd completely lost track of the road. I drove on. And all through the night, Katie whimpered. I touched her once, but she screamed. I never tried again after that. The noises from the backseat started again. We passed the gas station twice more. The people at the door were closer every time. The finest slither of red light had begun to settle on the horizon. It was still dark as hell, but at least I was able to see the road ahead of me now. Katie had been silent, face concealed under her hands for some time. I decided to check the time, so I turned on the radio. At first there was only static. Instead of time, or anything at all, the digital clock simply appeared black. I filled with the dial, trying to change the station. In between static, I found only one audible channel. It had a high-pitched buzz in the background. A man was muttering names and numbers under his breath. I switched back to start. I knew which name was next. When we got to Katie's friend's house, it was morning. It was overcast and everywhere had the smell of rain on it. Her friends weren't home. Katie's friends lived way out in the country with no one else around in a mile. The grass was climbing the walls outside. How long had they been out? As soon as we were inside, Katie started whimpering again. I realized while she had been silent, she was biting on her lip. Blood was trickling down her chin, and the skin around her mouth was torn and chewed through. She grabbed the newspaper and some masking tape off the table and began blocking out the windows. After the night's events, I didn't know whether I would be insane to join her or to stop her. I simply watched. She covered the windows, jammed the door, and turned the lights off. For some time, it could have been minutes or hours, we sat silent in the dark. I offered to turn the television on. Katie said nothing, sitting blank and comatose. I turned the television on anyway. A grainy black and white image flickered to life before us. A white face with empty eyes and an impossibly huge smile flashed up, the smile growing wider and wider the longer we stared into it. There came the sound of weeping. From the television or the house, I couldn't tell. We turned off the TV. It's been 3 whole days now. I haven't seen Katie at all today. She spends her time in the closet crying. I once tore the door open and screamed at her. She screamed back, her face contorting into something grotesque and inhuman. I slammed it in her face. The phone rings often. A voice. My mother's, I believe, whispering under its breath. I can only catch snippets of what it says.
Come back. You're always welcome to come back.
Sometimes in the background I hear quiet chuckling. I hang up without saying a thing. Usually the bathroom is shining white. I hear the shower running and will walk in to find nothing. Nothing at all. Then when I'm in the bathroom, I hear the television flick back on. It always goes to the face. In the background there are muttered voices now. I've called the police twice. All I get is this whispering woman's voice. I called Katie's friends too, just as fruitless. There are knocks at the door a little now. Through the newspaper on the other side of the window, I can see their hands slam against the glass and slide down. They do this for hours on end sometimes. They press their faces up to the glass, through the holes in the newspaper. At night we hear screaming from the guest room. I boarded it up. Sometimes I find tiny pieces of glass on the ground. Oh, a leak sprang up about a day ago in my room downstairs. Black spots of mold have appeared on the walls. There's a smell throughout the house seeping in from my room. The odor of decay. I pray hopelessly, and I swear to God, I wish that I had never gotten out of that car.
There were rumors going around about some abandoned old silo that had loomed over the woods. The woods were located in the middle of a field of just dirt alongside the railroad tracks. Not like anyone cares. It's an eerie sight for sure. Just, sitting there, looming over the woods with rush trailing down the sides. Anyways, some rumored it to be haunted by like some old farmer who hung himself in the silo and takes his revenge on anyone who enters. I say this rumor is complete bullshit, especially when the ones spreading it try to back up their claims with the story of some stupid kids who were curious and went in the silo, never to come back out. Others say that the silo is just a good hangout spot where people would never find them. I'm obviously more inclined to believe the latter. So with both positive and negative comments, my geek band of friends and I decided to check it out. We decided to enhance the creepiness by choosing to visit the silo on a gloomy and cloudy day. So the day came, and my friends Pete, Meg, and Wes met at my house since it was alongside the railway. We walked along the railway, talking and laughing, having ourselves a good time. Until we saw it. The silo was, of course, just sitting there, looming tall over the trees. Curious, we walked toward it as our laughter, along with our talking, died down. The closer we got to it, the colder it felt, as if there was some sort of cold, dark aura radiating from it, sending shivers down our spines. Hell, Wes even let out a small little yelp. We paced around the circumference of the silo, looking for an entrance of some sort. We ended up finding a ladder, leading up into the silo. The rungs of the ladder were also handles to open hatches all along the side of the structure. All were locked, except for one. Though it was stuck, so we had Pete climb up and open the hatch, and within a few minutes, we were inside the silo, standing on the hay left in there. In the center, there was a large hole, deep in the hay. It was dark, but we could hear a steady flow of air coming from the bottom. Oddly enough, there was a rope descending into the hole. Since I was the only one smart enough to actually be prepared for this, I took out my flashlight. Holding the flashlight in my mouth, I began to descend. I dropped to the bottom, scanning the area. Everything seemed safe as I looked at the scattered hay, dirt, and also another peculiar hatch. I beckoned for the others to come down. As they descended, my eyes had caught something covering the rope. The color of it was red. I hid my panic and showed the others the hatch I found. Pete opened it, revealing a dark hole. The fucked up thing about it was the smell that was coming out of it. It reeked of death. The others had sensed it too. Wes once again whimpered. Meg ended up gaining the courage to take my flashlight and go first into the hole. We followed her, and we walked through this dark tunnel for about 10 to 15 minutes, until Meg had told us we reached another hatch, and she opened it. A bright light had filled the tunnel, and that's when we heard it. A piercing shriek followed by the sounds of something running, panting hard. In a desperate attempt to avoid whatever had made that horrific shriek, we ran. Once we were out of the tunnel, we slammed the hatch shut, attempting to lock it. The sound had stopped, and breathing a sigh of relief, all of us had observed our current surroundings. We were in a concrete block which appeared to be an old septic tank, but with an opening at the top. And through that opening, we could see the forest above. We began to climb out, and then it happened. Again, we heard that damn sound again. Wes wasn't even out of the hole yet. Oh God, Wes. This creature slammed through the hatch, and a sharp, clawed hand reached out and grabbed Wes's leg, tight, pulling him into the tunnel. We heard his terrified screams, and then suddenly, it stopped. We heard the sharp snapping of bones and the tearing of flesh. The rest of us were frozen in shock. The sound of Wes being killed was revolting. Meg vomited at the sound. After that, we tried to find our way out of the thicket. We searched for a way out for at least an hour, but we concluded that the forest was enclosed in a larger perimeter of barbed wire fencing. We panicked, having no idea what we should do, and with night coming soon, we figured it would probably come out. In a desperate panic, Meg climbed into a tree, hoping the thing wouldn't find her. Pete found a small hole in the ground to hide in. Bad idea. Again, we heard the shriek, and I watched the thing climb out of its home. In my panic, I quickly climbed up a tree and watched Pete sitting in the hole. I also, to my regret, had got a better look at the creature we were facing. It was grotesque, the worst thing I had ever seen. Its face was mask-like, pale white against its dark skin. The face seemed to only have 2 dark holes for eyes, and a large smile stretched across the face. After a few moments of observation, I had soon noticed that it was a mask. A mask made from Wes's skinned face. I was scared shitless as the thing was crawling towards Pete. I sat in the tree as I watched Pete run in fear. But that was no use, since the thing caught up to him instantly. It shoved both hands through Pete's chest and tore him apart with ease. Its chest. It opened up, revealing bloody tendrils that wrapped around Pete's head, tearing it off from his mutilated corpse, slowly pulling it into the empty cavity, and sealed it shut. The skinned face of Wes had disintegrated, and quickly replaced with a mask made from Pete, with the same hollow eyes and screwed up smile. Then it spoke in a soft, raspy voice.
I am the pocket.
It proceeded to crawl back into its dwelling. From the other tree I heard Meg crying. I beckoned for her to climb down as I climbed down myself, and told her we are getting the hell out of this place alive. Hesitantly she climbed down, and I went up to the barbed wire fence and gripped the sharp wire, spreading it wide enough for someone to climb through. My hands bled, but I ignored the pain as Meg climbed through the opening. Again the pocket shrieked, and in my panic I hastily crawled through the opening and cut myself up bad. Bleeding, I ran with Meg and ignored the pain, running until we had reached civilization once again. 10 years had passed. The deaths of Pete and Wes were attributed to a madman out in the woods, one that was obviously never found. We didn't try to argue against that narrative. In fact, we made it up, since we knew no one would take the real story seriously. Meg and I were happily married several years after this event. I say were for a reason. The same reason why I'm telling you this story today. Meg is dead. She died. Horrible death. The police were called to a scene after a couple going for a walk through the woods found her mutilated, headless corpse laying at the edge of the woods. And when I say the word edge, that means that it is far from the barbed wire fence. This can only mean that the pocket is free from its prison. It's free, and it's coming straight for me. I know this. I know it is. Right now, I'm looking at her marriage picture, trying to calm myself down with the happy memories. But it isn't helping. Because in the reflection of the glass, I saw a face slowly coming toward me. Meg's face. Only it was eyeless, and had that damn, terrifying smile.
I don't know what to do anymore. I'm so scared. I can't trust anyone. I went camping about 3 weekends ago in the Huntsville Nation Forest in Texas. Me and 3 friends that came home for the weekend. They were all in college, and usually we all get together at least once a year, old friends from high school. For the camping trip, we plan to go backpacking deep in the forest, live off of fish that we catch and animals that we can trap. We've been doing this for a while in Texas and in numerous places, Arizona, Colorado, if anyone is familiar with the Spanish Peaks there, New Mexico, so we're pretty much used to anything you'd encounter out there. It was my turn to pick where we went camping, so I chose Huntsville. More accurately, it's Huntsville, New Waverly. So we drove up there, park our car in the camping park spot, and start walking off into the forest. We had some laughs along the way, everyone catching up with each other's lives. We walked until it started to get dark and set up camp where we stopped. Everyone gathered wood to make a fire, and we set our tent up. And we do what we always do. Try and scare each other with weird stories. Around this time, we started to smell something very faint. It was noticeable, but not overbearing. We couldn't put our finger on what it was, so we just carried on. Mike had to pee, and he walked off in the forest. A second later, he come running back, pee all down his jeans like he missed really bad. Immediately, we all crack up and throw some jokes at him. Then we noticed he was white as snow and trying to catch his breath. He starts screaming for us to follow him and runs off. We all get serious and go follow him, not knowing what the problem was. We start to hear a faint scream and crying in the distance in the direction we were running. It was pitch black away from the camp, and Mike had the only flashlight. We left ours at the camp. He had his from his trip taken away. So, at this stage, we didn't have much choice but to follow the light, which was frantically pointing here and there in front of him. The screams gets closer and Mike starts to slow down. We then noticed a ratty old cabin that looked like it was abandoned, except for a faint light we could see from one of the old mildew-covered windows. The crying was intense. Whoever it was couldn't breathe enough to let out a full yell. We all followed Mike up to the front door, and we could all hear the crying from inside. As soon as he knocked on the door, it stopped. We all waited and heard really heavy footsteps walking fast to the door. There was a giant slam against the door and the sound of a bolt unlocking. Then, nothing. We waited for a bit, knocked a few more times, but still, nothing happened. We walked around the house. There was no way any of us were leaving each other's side, and noticed a window, which was a good way up. Alex took a deep breath and asked us to give him a boost so he could see inside. Me and Mike lifted him up to the window. We watched him brush away dirt and webs from the window and place his face close to the window to try see something. There was a quick beat. Then, suddenly he breathed in fast and let out a loud scream. He fell back from the window, screaming bloody murder the whole way. We all tried to calm him down, but he was hysterical. We went to him, but he started to shake, punch, kick, you name it. He then took off towards the camp. None of us wanted to be separated, so we all ran close behind him. We caught up to him and grabbed him and set him down. The fire was dying out, so I grabbed some nearby wood that we collected and added it to the fire. My hands were shaking, and I had to do something. I went back to Alex and we all tried to calm him down. He wouldn't. He kept screaming and was breathing so hard that he eventually fainted. All of us are terrified now, and we all kept the fire high until sunrise. Periodically, Alex kept waking up, screaming just like before. By sunrise, he was up and looked catatonic, just mumbling to himself and whimpering. Me and Mike decided to go look at the cabin now it was daylight. We searched where we thought it was, except there was nothing there. Nothing at all. The indistinct smell from last night had now grown into a very strong smell of something dead, something stale. We headed back to the camping site. When we got there, we found Alex had chewed into the side of his face and swallowed so much blood that he was throwing up. John was at his back, and he looked like he was about to die from exhaustion. I guess we all looked that way. I just didn't notice until I saw his face. Alex said quietly that we need to leave. Now. We all started to pack up the tent. It started to rain really heavily. It was about noon, and the sky started to grow really dark. Alex started to go into a panic. He went and grabbed a big stick and yelled at us to leave it and leave now, or he'd knock us out and drag us out there himself. Mike started to yell at him, and they started to fight. We broke it up and finished packing, and then started to make our way back. After a little while, we arrived at a creek we had crossed the previous day. Only it was flooded over, and the water was moving too fast for us to cross it. Alex started to scream again, yelling at Mike for taking his time packing up the tent when we could have gotten out of here. This went on for a little while, until we finally convinced Alex to calm down and tell us what happened. He said, as soon as he put his face to the glass, a face on the other side did the same thing, and started to smile really big. It had dark eyes and a mouth which was much bigger than Alex's. As the smile got as large as it could, a giant shadow behind it swung something down and sliced its face off. The face was stuck to the window, and he said it started to laugh quietly as it slid down. Mike, still annoyed, and though he wouldn't admit it, began to freak out, started to argue with him again. We eventually started to follow the creek for a way to cross. We then started to see toys floating in the creek. Really old toys, old Barbie dolls and baby dolls. This wasn't like any old trash floating in the creek though. This was a lot of Barbie dolls, a lot of baby dolls. One washed towards the side, and Mike picked it up. It had some kind of voice chip that was dying, and started to say some gurgling words we couldn't understand, followed by its sad excuse for laughter. Then it sounded like it was whispering. We thought the batteries must be dying. He threw it down. We kept going, and the sun was starting to set. Alex was freaking out more now, and was whimpering and breathing heavily. We all started to see shadows moving behind trees. Something we all called BS on, until we were all seeing it. It was barely light out, and we stopped as we see the cabin right in front of us. None of us knew what to think. Mike said, "This is bull, I'm going in there." Alex tried to stop him. We all do. All of us just wanted to go home. Mike tells us all to get lost, to do our own thing, that he doesn't care anymore and this is all bull. We start to hear hundreds of the same sort of Barbie dolls as before, laughing, whispering and trying to sing. We started to move forward past the cabin, all of us, and kept pushing forward. We smelled something dead in the air, something stale, the same something as before. We started to hear something crying, and something screaming. We kept on going. We eventually crossed the creek and left the woods. We get back to our vehicle and got in. It's pitch black and we drive. We are about to get on the 45 to Houston, but the road is under construction and can't be accessed. It points to a detour. As we head towards the detour, it seems to be small, bumpy dirt road going into the woods. We then see a young girl come up to us. She looks like she was in trouble, young and pretty. She approaches the passenger side door and she looks like she's really drugged up or beaten. Alex doesn't roll down the windows, nor does he open the door. She reaches for the handle and he immediately locks it. She then puts her face on the window and starts to smile really big. We floor it. Alex starts to cry and scream, and we're all breathing heavy. We finally cut on the street that takes us to the 45, and we take it the whole way. When we get back to my apartment, everyone doesn't know what to say, and we all break apart and go our separate ways. Mike messages me later and says he's going back. I try and convince him not to, and all he does is say it was our minds and that we were screwing with him. I think he just went to prove himself that he wasn't scared. I can smell that stench everywhere now. I don't go out anymore. I just stay in and don't answer the door. Last week, everyone I met was acting really strange. People that I knew for a long time and total strangers. My own dad. When I went to his place to eat supper with him, he just watched me, strangely, when I was sitting down. He didn't say a word the whole time. I kept asking him, "What's wrong?" He just slowly shook his head. When I was leaving to go home, I turned to wave. He had black eyes and an open mouth like he was in pain. When I started to walk back, he shut the door and bolted it. I stayed there knocking and knocking. Nothing. I called him. His phone was disconnected. I even called the police. Halfway through the questions they were asking me, the connection started to fade into static. I could hear a faint mumbling, singing and laughing. Mike had completely vanished. There is not even a record of him being alive. When I call Alex's house, they talk to me like I'm some salesman. They say they don't know Alex and to stop calling. The person who tells me that is Alex's mother. I can't get a hold of John. Someone knocked on my door, and when I went to look, I saw a face completely covering the peephole, and a giant smile started to form. I called the cops again, but instead of turning into static, they got really strange. "Sir, are you affected by any drugs at the moment?" "No." "Are you coming home anytime soon?" "Excuse me?" "Come home." And the phone call ended. My mail slot is swinging open every now and then. Someone is sliding pieces of baby dolls through it. I tried to call people now, and all I hear is static and bad baby doll noises, and this crying and screaming. My TV is busted, but when I go to pee, I can hear it on. I might be going insane. Whoever lives above me started to scream in pain and crying deeply recently. I hear giant footsteps from their apartment. I hear bangs and something falling to the ground. From the neighbours to my right of my apartment, I hear what sounds like a baby that never gets tended to, and then it sounds like a baby doll whose batteries are dying. My phone has been ringing now, and it's Alex telling me things in a language that I've never heard before, nor could even manage to repeat. I kept getting emails of pictures of black and small colorations. Now, I can't even access my email. Someone knocks on the door, then they slam against it. I hear the bolts unlocking one by one, and I run to make sure to lock all of them back and sit down crying. What do I do? My electricity keeps dimming. My water, sinks, bath, shower, all smell like something dead. I keep seeing a shadow of someone behind me raising something up in the air. And I just take off to the other side of the apartment with my head against the wall. I have boarded my windows shut. Someone was throwing rocks through them. I never could see who. I've boarded my bedroom in. I hear crying and screaming in there now. And right now, while I'm recording this, I can see the reflection off the computer screen of some shadow behind me.
In 1984, there lived an old widowed lady by herself in a 2-story house who was completely immobile and bound to her wheelchair. Ever since the mysterious death of her husband, she required the aid of a carer who would visit her daily to help her with her everyday tasks. What made it even more difficult was the fact that the 2 floors of the house were only connected by an old staircase inside. When the old lady needed to move between the 2, the carer would have to carry her frail body like an infant up and down the stairs. One day, the police received a call from a widow. There had been a murder. Since police units were scarce at the time, the murderer had already fled the scene. Only one detective was sent out to conduct the initial crime scene report. He arrived to see the carer's body, splayed out on the floor, with her vocal cords ripped out, and a pool of blood on the first floor of the house, with the old lady atop the staircase in her wheelchair watching him, still and silent, seemingly in shock. He could immediately rule her out as a suspect due to her inability to move up and down the stairs, and because she was trapped up there the time the murder took place. It was similar to the death of her husband many years ago, who had suffocated in his sleep on the couch downstairs. The detective put on his gloves, took photos, swabbed for evidence, and covered the body until the coroner arrived later. All routine business. He scoped the house downstairs for any clues, then asked the old lady if he could look upstairs. She insisted that she was upstairs the whole time and that no one apart from her had been up there that day, but regardless of this, the detective ascended the stairs, to which she hesitantly moved aside. Beyond the staircase, there was a narrow corridor, with 3 closed doors among it. He checked behind each of the doors. The empty bedroom. Nothing. The bathroom. Nothing. He became anxious as he slowly made his way to the final bedroom where the old lady slept. He opened it, and everything looked normal. A bed, a wardrobe, and a bedside table with a lamp. He checked every wall of the room in horror, as it was not what he discovered. But it was what he didn't discover that made him stop dead in his tracks and slowly reach for his gun in its holster. It was a detail so minor that they had completely overlooked it on the last investigation of the husband's death. There was no phone upstairs. He suddenly heard a noise as he withdrew his gun and rushed out of the room, only to find an empty wheelchair atop the stairs. Back in the 1990s, a girl committed suicide after viewing an image posted on an old news group. The image was of a figure, which some identified as a woman, standing in the middle of a lonely road. The figure is transparent to the point that its legs are barely visible, and is illuminated by an unknown light source coming from the direction of the camera. Whether it's headlights, handheld flashlight, or the light of the camera itself isn't known for sure, as the actual source of the image has never been identified. No facial features can be made out, but the figure is most easily identified by its long, bony appendages, which partially resemble a spider's legs. Those who have seen the image or know of its existence I've come to know the figure as the Wanderer. The first known Wanderer account occurred in 1996. Jane, a college girl who was visiting her family during the holiday season, had an interest in the paranormal. She saw the Wanderer image on a news group along with the message reading, "Do you see me? I can see you too." Dozens of other users saw the same post. Most didn't think much of it, just that it was somehow funny. She actually complained that they experienced headaches while they looked at the image, and similar claims have been made by the others since. According to Jane's family, she suffered from nightmares in the nights after seeing the image. She claimed she would wake up and see the Wanderer outside the window. Sometimes it would scrape the glass with its spider-like limbs, but usually it would just stand there and stare at her. She would find herself unable to move, well, in its presence, as if many unseen hands were holding her down. Even if she closed her eyes, she would still see it. Her family was sure she'd just been frightened by the image online and was having nightmares as a result. Until Jane complained of seeing the Wanderer in her waking life as well. She was convinced it was following her. She would see it, even while she was in a room full of people or out in public, even though no one else saw anything. Jane's family feared for her sanity, but only assured her that the Wanderer wasn't real. Jane, however, only got worse. She began going to extreme lengths to stay awake at night. It started out just with caffeine and staying active, but quickly graduated to cutting herself and screaming all through the night. Before long, she wasn't sleeping at all. She was convinced that if she slept again, the Wanderer would take her. Her family knew they couldn't just wait and hope for the best. Jane needed help, but when Jane's mother knocked on her daughter's bedroom door, she received no answer. She carefully opened the door, not wanting to disturb or startle Jane, but she didn't hear anything. Jane wasn't in her bed. She wasn't sitting at her computer. She didn't appear to be in her room at all. Until her mom checked her closet. There, Jane was found curled in the corner. Blood reddened the front of her body, having drained from the long slit across her throat. She was clutching a blood-stained note which read, "It can't have me now." Jane's case is not isolated. Through the rest of the 90s, dozens of others went missing or committed suicide after viewing the image of the Wanderer. Since the turn of the century, despite my best efforts at locating the image, it seems to have disappeared. Recently, though, I posted on a news group asking if anyone heard of the Wanderer. I've done this many times before, and usually there's one or two people who've heard the story, but no one's seen the image. This time was different. Shortly after posting, I received an email in my inbox. The subject of the email was, "I can see you." The body only read, "Do you see me? I can see you too." There's an image attached to the message. I can't verify whether it's the real Wanderer image or not, but you tell me. It's the image that's been showing on the back of this video.
Marker number 3. Fucking pussy. Alright, so hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're doing troll pastas again. It's been a considerably lengthy amount of time, and I got all my friends here. I got Connor, Imaru,
who are you?
Ace, and Kyle. I was about to say Burbs, but you know, Burbs wasn't there. You know, he never shows the fuck up anymore.
Someday.
That fucking guy.
Come back to the village.
Someday. Today we have a troll pasta for all of you. It's called Liars. It's absolutely fucking shit.
Yeah. Most troll pastas
I don't
think it is. Use your words.
I don't think it is.
God damn, what a return, guys. Alright, so without that being said, do you guys have any intros to do before we dive right into this?
No.
Hey guys, what should I name my Pokemon?
Shit.
You should name it Liars.
Spirit gonna kill yourself.
Intermediate. Can we address the elephant in the room?
You should name it.
God damn it.
Gets a lot of time for a joke.
This is why we don't do videos. All right. I know, right? It's just inside. All right. So let me start off with the story, okay? 3, 2, 1, let's get into it. There was a guy living in our neighborhood named Jimmy. He got picked on for a lot for being braces? A confident and funny guy. His mouth... He's a funny guy. His mouth tended to get him into a lot of trouble, and he seldom learned his lesson. He was just very content with who he was and refused to change it. When people asked him why he let them wail on him for his blunt comedy and wisecracks, he'd smirk and say, "Honesty is the best policy. At least they're not hiding anything from me, and neither am I from them." That's actually the best fucking moral.
That seems like a fine lad.
These stories, good. Yeah, you know, you can. Good for you, Jimmy. One of the kids he inadvertently pissed off with a rather crude MILF
joke.
All right.
Well. Second fucking paragraph, dude, was something of a psychopath. You said you were talking about pussy, didn't you?
No.
Yeah, you did. Was something of a psychopath with a sadistic streak who didn't take kindly to the insult. So he rounded up the other guys who didn't like Jimmy, and they cornered him after school in the science room. All right, who wants to be the ringleader?
Oh, yeah.
Right,
your mouth got you into this. I want you to remember that.
Brett, the ringleader, told him as he looked into Jimmy's terrified eyes. They grabbed some formic acid, stored in the lab, and threw it in his face. Jesus. They stood around, watched him scream in agony as it ate through his flesh before sniggering and running out, pretending to be concerned and wanting help for him. When the paramedics arrived and were attending to Jimmy, who is no longer able to scream, ouch, the principal asked the boys if they knew what had happened. Their leader, Brett, explained that they were walking past when they saw Jimmy skulking around the lab room. Oh, I want to see them explain this. By the time they got in there, he was already in that state.
Drank it and we don't know what happened.
I swear, he thought it was bleach. We didn't do anything. The other members joined in and backed Brett up with other fake details as Jimmy tried to protest in silent agony. What does that even mean? He just stood there?
He can't talk because he has acid all over his face.
The principal nodded and told him.
We should have.
Yeah,
exactly. Should have kind of a tough time trying to explain something.
That is eating.
Too bad this guy doesn't know basic.
The principal. The principal nodded and told him he would speak to him after he had a word with Jimmy and got his side of the story, after he was out of the hospital. So a few days passed and Jimmy was kept in ICU with bandages on his face, the doctor salvaging what little they could of his face. His vision was intact in one eye and his jaw withstanding despite the loss of flesh. He was still unable to speak and refused to respond to anyone. He just sat there, eyes unblinking and staring at the ceiling, bloodshot and filled with animosity. When he was discharged some time later, he would not respond to anyone with anything other than the word liars. His social life gone, unable to smile or even crack a joke anymore.
He secluded himself in his room and began planning. Sick, vindictive thoughts started appearing in his mind. Okay, Kyle.
Calm down,
Harvey.
why is it me?
Kyle, you're literally the fucking one in this call every goddamn night telling us how goddamn edgy you are.
I
Don't you
might
dare try
fucking
to
be
step
kind of
away.
sadistic when it comes to playing games, but that's
No,
not.
you're pretty. You're
like a
pretty
total edgelord.
sadistic in
Kyle,
person.
you-
I
Kyle,
would know.
Kyle-
I spent two times with you, 3 weeks in
Yeah,
fact.
Kyle,
This is true, actually.
The honeymoon.
yeah, by the way,
Yeah.
exactly. He would get...
You know it.
He would get them all one by one, decimate them, slice them, burn them. He waited patiently until the group would be vulnerable. Late at night, when they said their goodbyes and went home separately, that's when he would strike. All right, somebody else got to take on tapping out.
That weekend, Brett received a package in the mail. Curiously, he opened it to find a VHS tape with the words "For You" etched crudely into the font.
Well, the fuck? Let's be like Valentine.
Is that fucking Mark Gormley?
All by myself.
Fucking Uncharted song.
He's crudely recorded home video
Go on, sorry.
unknown cameraman.
Good. It could have been a tripod for all we've known.
It's so unknown. Unknown cameraman who didn't speak at all for the duration of the film.
Right.
It began with the camera pointing at the date on a newspaper. It was yesterday. As he zoomed out, you could see it was in the basement, a single flickering light bulb hanging above and casting an uncomfortable scene. By the time he completely zoomed out, gosh, how long was he zooming out and how slowly?
You gotta get that
What the fuck
cinematic.
is this camera work?
Dutch angle, dude. He's at a Dutch angle.
Yeah, I know,
It was
right?
apparent that this was no normal video.
Dude,
Okay.
it was a spooky video.
In front of the cameraman, on his hands and knees. Okay, it was
All
one
right,
of Brett's
we're
friends.
watching
He
stuff.
was naked, a dirty blindfold. What is this?
Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this. It's on Pornhub.
All right.
I'll send you guys that
Yes.
later.
All right, look, Connor, it's not gay porn, but it's basically gay porn.
Freaking
Go on.
Spider-Man crouched in the corner.
It's not Spider-Man if there's no Elsa.
That's true.
Go on.
Wow.
Dirty blood
Oh,
around his
gotta
face, a
have
crude
Joker in
gag in
the
his
mix,
mouth.
too. Come on,
It was
boys.
covered in blood, horrific burns, laceration, and wounds. One particularly large one on his back stood out the most. It looked like a word. The cameraman, with gloved hands, took the gag out of the crying boy's mouth. He begged to go home. Please let me go, man. I did what you wanted. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, let's.
No. Hold on. Stop. Kyle's got to be
Oh
the
my
one
God.
sensitive because he's got the Skooks accent.
You want me to do the Scoobs
Oh my
accent?
Yeah, Kyle, get the fuck in there.
All right, Kyle.
Oh my god. Please
God.
let me go, man. I did what you wanted. Oh god, Jesse, Mike, Keith, you made me fucking butcher them. I just want to go home, man. Please. I'm sorry, guys. So sorry, Scoobs.
Holy shit, Scoobs! I need a soda.
I'm so sorry, Scoobs.
Damn it. He just kept repeating it over and over, rocking back and forth as he did so. Brett's legs began to shake and he felt the bile rise in his stomach. He could see the burned, mangled bodies in the background. The bodies of his friends. All of them had markings on their bodies and deep, large coots. The cameraman reached out for the boy's chin and lifted it up, encouraging him to stand. He did so obediently as he was slowly led to the door off screen, whimpering. Brett could see what had been cut into his friend's back now. It was the audience, get ready. It's the word liar. The
There
camera
was
cut
already a
out
title drop
temporarily.
earlier in this thing. I don't know
When
why
it
you fucking...
restarted again.
You disappoint me. Go on.
I think the cinematography is a little awful. When it restarted again, they were no longer inside. They were instead out in the cold snow on the outskirts of the woods, and it didn't appear to be the original man holding the camera anymore. How the fuck do you know who's? Okay. It was Brett's friend. He was whimpering and shivering as he held the camera in one place for 30 seconds, pointing at some trees in the distance, hearing footsteps draw ever nearer. All right, Kyle.
Where
you
are
got
you,
this.
man? You said I could go, man. You said I could go, Scoobs.
Watch your swans riding.
The boy was screaming. The boy was screaming and crying, frightened out of his mind as the sound of crunching snow drew near from seemingly every angle. It stopped. Why the fuck are there so many title draw? Okay. He turned around to see the mangled face of Jimmy. A horrifying howl blared through the speakers, and the words "liars" appeared before the tape abruptly stopped. Brett felt faint and darted to lock the front door, knowing what was coming. At least he didn't open the window. As he turned to run for it, he immediately hit something and fell backwards. The last thing he ever heard was "liars" as acid ran down his face and began to slowly eat away at his flesh. The last thing he ever saw was Jimmy's face. Oh God, I really feel bad. Contorting into a sick, twisted smile.
Okay.
All right.
Holy shit, Scoobs. That was awful.
All right. That was actually really bad. Okay, I gave the audience fair fucking warning.
Nah, it wasn't
What'd
that
you guys
bad.
think of that shit?
My top 10 favorites right there. Going on the second channel.
You might want
Of
to
course
go
it
with
is.
a comment.
By the way, Jordan has really
It's
low
going on my
standards, so
second
we really
channel,
can't
Watch
take what he
Mojo.
says.
Okay, it's fine.
That's top tens.
He couldn't even list a good top 10 channel.
Mojo presents top 10 troll.
My
What the fuck would that video be, though?
Top 10 liars.
Top 10 pieces
Number
of
10,
crap ever written by
liars.
humanity. That's
go
what the
with
fucking
the
video
comment
would
in the
be.
bottom
My
is
immortal.
the edgelord is real. Spoopy out of 10.
Yeah, the comments. Yeah, that guy already took our stuff, but like I think to end this, I mean, there was really nothing to take home from this other than it was an edgy kid being an edgy dumb kid. All right, sure, he got acid thrown
That
on his
happens
face, but whatever.
Yeah,
dude.
that
You're gonna
happens.
take
on a
revenge
daily
and shit
basis.
on.
Edgelord
You all gotta face that.
Yeah, I mean, do we need?
Is instead of the story being called liars and him saying liars all the time, he should have just said MILF constantly throughout the entire story.
Yeah, he literally should have. Yeah, exactly. Like instead of like liars, like on their bodies, milfs. He heard milfs.
Kids are a little extreme, to be fair.
So what is our
Fucking
rating on
acid in a
this?
dude's face for a MILF joke.
I know, right?
Talk about a Tumblr user.
Oh, no, right?
Yeah, like,
Okay.
no, you're wrong. They'd never act out in real life.
That's when Jimmy realized he wasn't on the internet anymore.
Man, you won't believe what happened. You won't believe what happened to Jimmy. Just right in the first, just right there. Joe goes to something really important. I can see the BuzzFeed already.
BuzzFeed and Watch Mojo. All of the
BuzzFeed
jokes
article.
today.
Basically, I think for his rating, I'm gonna give it a spoopy out
Nice
of 10.
comments,
What are you
Joe, buddy.
guys gonna give it? Well, it's basically the exact
I'm gonna
same
give
as
it a
effort
top
as his
10
story put
out
in.
of liars.
Actually, I will give it one truth out of one liar. How about that?
That was easy as fuck, Moda. Swear to God.
I know. It was. Well, go fuck yourselves, okay? All right, god damn it. I tried.
Pointless violence.
There you go.
I like the categories. Pointless violence totally makes it scary, you gays. Very soon
Look at me,
alert.
I'm so edgy.
Very soon alert.
I know.
Oh god, we're awful.
You guys all know that Adult Swim's sign-off bumper, "The Dawn is Your Enemy." There's a reason they don't show it anymore. The last day the bump was used as a sign-off, instead of a normal running time of estimated 9 seconds, it ran for an extended period of time until the automated services were taken over by manual operation. We all know the sound that shook our childhoods or teen years. The resonating metal, the rumbles, the sound of metal scraping against metal. Feel free to look it up if you're a bit rusty. Now, when the audio cut, it doesn't sound complete. It's not finished, not over. The producers of Adult Swim and Cartoon Network were purposely cutting off the rest of the sound, and for good reason. The rest that followed was the exact reason why you'll never see this bumper again on the air. Once again, it supposedly only run for about 9 seconds, and this is a rough transcript of the usual audio. Resonating metal, followed by a rumble, followed by scraping metal, and another rumble. End bumper. So what could you put together with that? Nothing rings a bell, right? Exactly. This part that they used is utilized effectively to scare off children that have still tuned into Adult Swim. It even gives adults goosebumps because it's that good. It's closely rivaled with the hammer clinks in the William Street production card in Nightmare Fuel. Getting back on topic, usually a Cartoon Network employee would enter the control room left by an Adult Swim crew member and take over for the day. It wasn't quite the case that day, however. The usual man scheduled to cue the sign-on and such programming for Cartoon Network, for some reason, did not start up the day on schedule. No one knows if he did this purposely, and whether or not his contract was terminated. This was the least of the problems Cartoon Network had at the time. What followed the common 9 seconds was an extended 2-minute broadcast of some of the most horrifying audio ever heard on public television. The metal continued to resonate, and the scraping continued. Slowly, an uncontrollable sobbing came clearer. Not one person was crying, but a multitude of people were screaming and yelling. As the metal scraped, the screaming grew louder. Soon, you could hear the slicing of flesh, the grinding of bones, the gushing of blood, and the guttural death rattles of people dying. All across the United States, millions of children and adults were being exposed to what sounded like a barbaric mass murder. People were calling in all across the country, crying or screaming or begging for it to be turned off. Something kept their eyes attached to the screen and kept them listening to the broadcast. People assumed the control room was finally gotten into, and the bump was shut down, ending a traumatic experience no one would undoubtedly forget. In the last few moments, as the resonating metal grew to an unbearable volume, the channel showed the peaking sun winking at the viewer, and the channel cut to bars and tones. How was Cartoon Network going to cover this up? No one knows their exact tactic to this day. Multiple theories have been thought of, ranging from a preemptive cease and desist to possible news articles to subliminal viewer hypnosis over the following weeks. While all public evidence does not officially exist, Cartoon Network officials do acknowledge a hijacking of the channel's frequency on the day, but go into no further detail. All late morning bumps, including The Dawn is Your Enemy, were replaced with the corresponding ones from the 1:30 a.m. time slot. Word is, however, that somewhere hidden in an onion site, accessible only via Tor, is a recording of the bump played that morning. The question asked the most among the few who remember this is how Cartoon Network got the audio in the first place.